Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the November 18th, 2014 meeting of the Milton Conservation Commission. The commissioners are appointed by the Board of Selectmen to promulgate the rules and regulations of the State Wetlands Protection Act and the Milton Town Bylaw governing the wetlands. It's a matter of formality. We always introduce ourselves. Ingrid?
Ingrid Day.
Michael Blue.
John Kiernan.
Craig McNaught.
Arthur Doyle.
And also, as a matter of formality, we have a recording going here, so anyone that's going to address the commission, we ask that you identify yourselves before you speak. Thank you very much. First on the agenda is request for determination of applicability, 19 Hurlcroft Street. All set, sir? Welcome.
Thank you. David Mills.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mills, and for the public. We actually conducted a site inspection at 19 Hurlcroft Street 2 Saturdays ago?
Yeah.
November 5th.
November 5th. So we've actually had the advantage of having gone out to see that. And I think we had asked you to do a couple of things, and that was to correct the drawings.
Correct. Yep.
There might be, I need a mistaken, or there might be a mistake on the drawings. And if I could direct your attention to it, and I think it's a small matter, but we'd like to make sure we get accurate drawings.
Sure.
The width of the deck is, this existing deck is 26 feet, and it includes, if you're looking towards Hillcroft Street, the stairway on the right.
Right.
It's 26 feet, including that. But when we look at over here, it's 26 feet, edge of deck to edge of deck. That's an additional 3.4, and so is this. I presume it's the same distance.
Okay.
But the 26, I don't think that's right. I think the 26 mark should come out here,
Right, to the original.
to the original line.
Yeah.
So am I correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's
The
your thing.
overall is 26.
Yeah, there's the same footprint should be for the deck and the stairs, except for the south-facing stairs. That's the only addition. Otherwise, the deck width is going to be the same.
All right.
Yeah, the surface
So
of it.
just for our records, we want to make sure that we're accurate.
Right.
So could you ask your designer to correct that again?
Sure.
Architect, rather.
Yep.
And were there any other questions that we had? Michael, I know you weren't on the site
I was
visit.
not.
Greg, you had some comments on this.
I think with that correction, we're in good shape.
All right, Judith, you were there.
Yep, it was fine. Just the drawing is all.
Right, and you looked at this?
I did.
And there's another, I know you were just walking in.
I got a copy though.
Okay. And there is a mistake that's here, that he's
Correct.
going to correct. Would you introduce yourself to the public, because we just did?
Judith Darrell Kemp.
Thanks. Now, the only thing, David, that we should direct your attention to is that during the construction, you can't keep any of the equipment parked within the jurisdictional area.
Okay.
So you have to store it. If there's any overnight work, you should be able to get in and out of there pretty fast.
Right.
But we just don't allow any fueling or storage of equipment that has petroleum products
Okay.
within our jurisdiction. So you'd have to store them out back towards the street.
Front yard.
Front yard. Okay.
Okay, that can be done.
Any other questions from commissioners? No? All right. Any abutters, members of the public that wish to comment or ask questions on 19 Hurlcroft Street? Hearing none. This is a request for determination of applicability. We could entertain a motion for a negative determination based on certain conditions. And one of them would be to correct the plans, and we'll accept the plans as designed. We think you're far enough away from our 25-foot non-disturbance zone. But we have regular boilerplate conditions, which would include, the storage of equipment. There's no refueling within our jurisdictional area. And with that, I think we're good to go. Is there such a motion? It's a negative determination of applicability.
Make a motion, we issue a negative determination of applicability for Hillcroft Road.
With those conditions?
With those conditions.
I'll
Second.
second.
Any discussion?
I can't vote, I wasn't on the sidewalk.
I wasn't either.
Okay, 2-0. Any other questions?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's it. It's unanimous, 2 abstentions. Thank you very much, David. You're all set to go.
Thank you.
Make
Thanks
sure
for your
you
time.
stay in touch with Kathy, because she'll wait for your corrected plans.
Okay.
And then we'll actually sign it tonight, and she'll release it as soon as we get the corrected plans.
Great.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second on the agenda is notice of intent, 328 Adams Street. And Ned Cochran just indicated he's before the ZBA right now, so we'll take him out of order when he comes back. We've got some quick issues. If it looks like I'm talking fast, I am, because we've got some very lengthy discussions tonight that we're anticipating, so we'd like to get the quick ones out of the way. So if we go to the next one is notice of intent, 178 Woodland Road. It's a continued hearing. And for the benefit of the public, we also visited this site at a public meeting and conducted an inspection at 178 Woodland Road on Saturday, November 5th. Welcome.
November 8th.
8th?
Yeah, Saturday was. Oh, the birthday was the 5th.
What's
So I
that?
remember these things.
Oh, that's right, that's right, the 8th.
That's why I jumped out.
Is Min 7 involved in this one? If so, I need to recuse myself.
If they are, I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
I don't think so. Thank you, sir. Would you identify yourself for the record?
Certainly. For the record, my name is Brian Nelson. I'm an engineer with Metro West Engineering in Framingham. And we bring a presentation board I can put up if you'd like to take a look at that, or...
That would be great, thank you.
Okay. Can I use that easel, or should I put one up over here?
If you could use this one, the public could see it as well.
Okay. Those are the cards. I know this. As I mentioned, my name is Brian Nelson. I'm an engineer with Metro West Engineering. We're here to present the notice of intent tonight for the property at 178 Woodland Road. Our property is located on the north side of Woodland Road, and just to orient you to this board, north is going straight up the page. Woodland Road is shown down at the bottom, kind of heading up in a northeasterly direction, and our subject property is located on the north side. It's got an area of just over about 38,604 square feet, or just about 0.9 acres. Shown on Milton Assessors Map L6, Lot 8C. The existing house is located and shown in brown, pretty much in the center of the property. Located right here. There is an existing deck on the back of the house as well. Existing house has a footprint, sorry about that, of about 2,278 square feet. Topography up around the house is relatively flat. It does slope off in the backyard. Basically from the level backyard here up to the northeastern corner, elevations drop about 15 feet or so. Elevations do taper more gradual down to Woodland Road, drop probably about anywhere 4 or 5 feet from the front of the house down to the street. Existing impervious area between the house and the driveway is about 4,753 square feet. There is a bordering vegetated wetland associated with a channel located off the northeasterly end of the property, and that's shown right here. The 100-foot buffer zone for that is shown in the bold magenta line. It kind of extends radially out from the end of the channel. There are 2 isolated wetlands that are also located off-site, one just off the southwesterly corner. It's in this location right here. And then there is another isolated wetland which is located on the opposite side of Woodland Road. It's basically just a drainage ditch that's become a wetland over the years. The 100-foot buffer zone to these 2 isolated wetlands combined is running in kind of that double circular pattern right there. So a portion of the house is located within the 100-foot buffer zone. We did check the property a couple times in the springtime just to kind of put some documentation together that both isolated wetlands are not vernal pools, and that was one of the things we looked at on our site visit. The proposed scope of work involves construction of an addition off the back center of the house, and that's shown in dark brown in this location right here. And there'll also be, which is shown in kind of the mustard color around it, construction of a new deck, which would be on the northerly side of the house. The construction of the addition and the deck and the grading associated with that, none of that is actually within the buffer zone. The proposal also calls for the reconstruction of the front entry, which is within the buffer zone to the isolated wetland, and there'll be some minor regrading which will occur on the front left and the left-hand side of the property in these locations here. The closest the proposed work will come is about 70 feet away from the tip of the isolated wetland right here. So we're about 70 feet away at closest. We do have an erosion control barrier that starts up against the driveway here, runs up along the westerly property line, kind of follows the tree line and a couple ledge outcrops out back and terminates at the high point up here. The proposed addition adds about 255 square feet of impervious area, so it's a relatively minor change in impervious area. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Could you explain and give a little bit of background on the 4 points that you've got on the isolated wetlands on the southwest corner?
Certainly. We had delineated basically these four corners. These were the four corners that were the 4 points essentially at our site visit that we reviewed with the commission, and basically just delineates it's a larger isolated wetland on the McGuire's property, which is located to the west. So these 4 points were actually flagged and located by survey, as were the points for the wetland across the street as well.
Okay. Now, 4 of us had the opportunity to see this. Any questions from the commissioners?
I thought it was very straightforward.
Judy?
The only thing I was wondering about, in this area that you describe as the runoff from the road, do you know if there's any spring peepers or bullfrogs or any other amphibians living there? Has any of that been reported?
We checked back at the time of the survey, and then we checked again about 3 or 4 weeks later. And it's actually, the dates are, I think, listed in our wetland report.
Yeah.
But it was our botanist that visited the site and didn't see any evidence of,
Nothing at all? Because you hear them in this area. You hear the spring peepers quite a bit, you know?
yeah,
But not in this particular wetland.
neither of the two, that's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Are there any abutters that would like to ask a question or make a comment? Nothing? Members of the public? All right, just for purposes of, education, and you were there, there were additional flags in this isolated wetlands here, but the next door neighbor indicated that he wasn't sure, what the significance of it was. All we needed was a point of reference. So we agreed, rather than certifying the whole delineation, that we'd only take a sufficient, one end of this isolated wetland so that we could have a point of reference to measure the jurisdictional boundary. So we actually ignored the rest, and that's not before us. We're not certifying the rest of it. And I think that was, acceptable. And actually, the abutting neighbor allowed us, to put these flags on his land, and we were on his land. So I think that's agreeable to everyone, correct?
Yes.
All right, any other questions, comments, criticisms? Nothing. So this is a notice of intent. I think at this juncture, we've collected the data, we've seen the place, we've done our inspection, and I'd entertain a motion to allow the notice of intent. And we do have our regular boilerplate. And one of the problems you might have with our boilerplate conditions is that we don't allow storage of equipment within our buffer zone. There's no refueling, there's no overnight storage. So I'm not sure what you're going to use for staging, and I don't know what you need for equipment back here. Do you know the construction plans?
I'm familiar with the construction plans. I don't think there should be an issue. There's plenty of room actually on this side of the property. Whatever machinery is going to be there in terms of excavation equipment certainly won't be there very long. It's basically, it's almost a walkout out back, so there's not a whole lot of digging involved for the foundation, or a lot of the structure for the deck. Foundation will be on piers, so there might be one small excavator on site for a short time, so I don't anticipate there being a problem with that.
Okay, all right.
We can certainly live with that condition. There's no worries on our end.
All right, so we'll look to you to enforce that, because sometimes the contractors say, hey, we don't know. So it's up to you and the homeowner to enforce that with the contractor.
Yeah, okay.
All right?
We've got a very responsible team between architect and general contractor. I've worked with both before, so they're, I think, familiar with the drill in terms of that the order of conditions will be present on the job site, and it'll certainly be a document that the general contractor is familiar with, but we'll keep an eye on it as well.
All right, good. Anything else? Motion to approve the notice of intent?
So moved.
With our general decision? Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 2 abstentions, and we're on the sidewalk and unanimous. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your time, appreciate it.
The next one, abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, 50 Robin Street. The applicant has asked in writing for a continuance of that, and we have agreed to that continuance. The next one is certificate of compliance, 610 Brush Hill Road. That's a continued hearing. Anybody coming for 610 Brush Hill Road?
I have not received any as-built plans.
No, we should make a record of what we asked for.
That's
You-
my as-built.
I know we asked for an as-built.
You did submit the letter
We
that,
said we got the letter, that was all. Just the,
Doesn't make a difference. I want an as-built.
Right, and we need the specs. I'm not comfortable with that explanation on the toilet. We did
Okay.
not approve a toilet, and that's probably within 25 feet of the wetland.
definitely.
Are we gonna discuss this anymore? Yeah.
Yes, I think we should discuss it more as to what we're going to do.
Okay.
All right, but will you say that on the record so that,
Yes, Ingrid Beatty, need to recuse myself on 610 Brush Hill Road.
all right, thank you very much.
Yeah, I wasn't satisfied with her response to our concerns. I think we need a little more discussion before I would agree that the as-built is what we were expecting.
And we have not heard from the neighbor who was complaining about.
That's right, that's right.
Flooding
That's right.
downstream.
And I was particularly put off by the kind of the attitude that the trees that were built didn't need to provide habitat because there were other trees around and the birds can go there instead. And I thought, you know, if you're going to require trees, they should be habitat. You can't say, well, there are other trees they can live in. That didn't make any sense to me.
Can you, by using that letter, list for the benefit of the public that which we requested? An as-built is one, an as-built plan. And ladies and gentlemen, this is for a pool and a pool house, and unbeknownst to us, the pool house has a toilet, and it's right next to our wetlands.
It's a composting toilet, but we were looking for specifications. What does that mean, a composting toilet? It's new to us, so we wanted specs on that. Also, we wanted specs on the pavers she used are supposed to be permeable so that in between the water should go into the soil. She contends they are not impermeable, but it doesn't give any, you know, what is the product exactly we were looking for and what are the specs on it, you know. And then thirdly, the lighting that is around the trees, that shoots up into the trees. Although we didn't tell her, this is something we've discussed in the past, you know, what we do with lighting, certainly in many locations. So I think we need a discussion about that anyway.
Do you want any kind of specs? I mean, typically, if they're strong lights, we ask them to be
Pointing
down. These are
Exactly.
pointing up, but they're not big lights.
Right, but they
They're
shouldn't be
just-
pointing up and they're fixed.
They're not, you know, I understand the wildlife habitat, but they're not in the direction of any neighbors, to my knowledge.
No,
Is that right?
Yeah, no, it's mainly,
accent lighting.
right, it's accent, something you'd see in, you know, shopping mall for accent lighting, not for habitat requirements.
All right. So why don't we send a letter to the homeowner requesting the as-built plan, is for sure.
Definitely.
The specs for the toilet, the specs for the grouting, and if there are lighting specs, I'm not sure what they'd be, but there may be some lumens analysis there.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty low light, but we should get the specs.
We generally ask for dark sky compliant.
What guy?
Dark sky compliant.
Dark sky compliant. Okay. Kathy, can you put that in the letter?
What was the-
Dark
what did
sky.
dark sky.
Dark sky compliant.
100% cut off.
Darth Vader, right? That kind of, okay, all right.
Has to do with the fractionalization of the light in the diode in the receptacle.
Okay. I knew that. All right, any other comments from abutters, questions, members of the public? Anything further from commissioners? Then we can defer this until, when's our next meeting?
The 9th of December.
The 9th of December.
Jude, Ingrid's all right to come back in?
Yeah, that's good. Kathy, is the ZBA downstairs?
I believe they are.
Yeah. Oh, you're back. Oh, okay. Fine. I was just, I didn't want to get you in back of some of the other products. All right, we're going to go back to number 2, which is notice of intent, 328 Adams Street. And for the benefit of the public, the Conservation Commission held a public meeting on site at 328 Adams Street on the 8th of November. And Mr. Corcoran was present. Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the commission's indulgence in holding this. Edward Corcoran, attorney on behalf of Michael and Cynthia George, who are the owners of the property at 328 Adams Street. And I'm joined by Daniel Pereira from Semiotis and Sons, Semiotis Inc., and Tom Lee, who's the landscape architect. I think there were 2 issues that the board requested us return with information on after the site walk, and we have a plan. I know they like me to use this. So, if you recall, there was the property contains a large mansion, and there was work being done down towards the northwest corner on a stone wall that forms 2 of the boundary lines between the property and what is now part of the Forbes Woods, land that's owned by the Department of Conservation and Recreation. One was that the board wanted to see some more detail with respect to how the woodland edge would be treated, and not just within the 100-foot buffer zone. And 2, I think the commission wanted information on how the wetlands themselves were delineated.
Right.
Although the wetlands are off of the property, whether they were properly delineated. Tom Lee, who's the landscape architect, was present on the walk, and he has developed this planting plan to provide treatment for the native woodland edge, as he's calling it, not just to be treated within the wetland buffer, but that to be a consistent plan for treatment along all 3 sides of the property. And there's a series of species, native species, that would be planted and identified, and I'll ask Tom to speak more specifically to what he's proposing on that.
Tom Lee with Tom TL Studio Landscape Architects. So we are trying to, as Ned was saying, create a woodland edge along 2 sides of the property where we're budding conservation land. And the plan is basically consists of understory flowering trees, native species, service berries, witch hazels, or the pagoda dogwood. And there may be other native species, but essentially we're trying to recreate the understory. Right now we have a very tall forest canopy, and we're trying to add a middle layer and then eventually even the lower layer to the whole woodland. On this side of I believe the west side is there's a pretty good canopy toward this end of the property, and we're just tucking some trees that will be sited in field wherever we have light coming down, and then as we get down to the corner of the property, we will it becomes a little more dense, and then some native shrubs starts to come in. So we add again building the layer of the stratified canopy. That's basically it. And the native shrub species are summer sweet, chokeberry, winterberries, They especially would like this wetter spot at the low point of the property. So if you have any questions.
I think all of your understory trees, they seem great. And I think the shrubs as well, the winterberry, spicebush, the arrowwood. I would like to see, other than the mature trees there, I'd like you to plant some taller trees that will
Okay.
grow to be 60, 80, 100 feet tall as years go on. Because all these older trees, with so many tree diseases coming along,
Next
it's
generation.
always worthwhile to put in some long living trees. And what you're listing, the serviceberry, the alternate leaf dogwood, they're not long living trees, they're shorter. And we've had very good luck in wetland areas. I was thinking of 2 trees, Tupelo nyssa.
Great tree.
Yeah, and beautiful 3-season tree. And also hackberry. We've had great luck along by its native Celtis oxid, that one, yes, hackberry. And it's great for habitat we found along by the Neponset. And since you're just up
Okay.
from the estuary, those 2 trees in particular, you have plenty of space there, particularly in this area that we walked in the wet, and both of those trees would do well, particularly the Tupelo. I think you have enough space to plant, half a dozen trees there. If you put in even just 3-inch diameter, they'd be taken care of. I'm sure you could, pick spots. And then the understory as well, and then you'd have the completion of your canopy, basically.
And for the dogwood, they're still prone to anthracnose. We do
Sure.
know of a anthracnose-resistant variety.
Okay.
We can email you either one of you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
The
and we
pagoda
know
is a
source.
little bit more resistant than the flowering dogwood, the Florida. Yeah, but,
But if you do want to put
Sure.
in a larger tree,
right.
you know,
Yeah. Thank you.
Tom, can I ask you a question? I'm not sure
Sure.
if it's fair to ask you or if it's Stan, but can you just explain what's going on in the wall reconstruction for the benefit of the public?
Well, we're basically rebuilding an existing boundary wall along this side and this side that over time has started to tumble down. And actually, that has photos. And it's coming back as a dried stack wall.
So maybe I can answer that, and I can show some photographs. I think at the hearing a couple of weeks ago, we handed in a series of photographs that showed the wall. Basically, this westerly and northerly property line to the point where, and then the Forbes estate goes back to the north. There's an old stone wall that had sort of fallen apart, and examples of it, sort of, as it had fallen apart, looked more like that. And then Mr. George, again, sort of restoring, all with large stones that were part of the wall, were on the property, and then smaller stones. He dug a trench and filled with smaller stones, but no concrete, nothing that would hold together in the wall. And he had started actually doing the restoration work when we discovered that the work was being done within the 100-foot setback from the wetland. The wetland folks had been out surveying the existence of the wetlands for other purposes to make sure that work that was going on up here was not within wetland, and to determine that there was no wetlands actually on the George property. When they went out and discovered the location of the wetlands, and they discovered that some of the work was being done within the 100-foot buffer. So we ceased work. We immediately prepared and filed a notice of intent. We notified the significant abutter, the DCR. I spoke directly with Jim Comeau, who was very familiar with the property. He went right online, checked his records with respect to the location of wetlands, determined that although there was appeared to be a wetland, it was not something that he was concerned with respect to the work that was being done. but understood what we needed to do with the Conservation Commission. We immediately installed hay bales and other silt protective measures to protect the wetland from any storm work and to protect it from what had been, work that had been done, and any future work would be done, and certainly would be required as an order of conditions from the commission. So that's what's happening. The wall proposed to be restored essentially as you see it in that photograph along both of these property lines. There was a further consideration for restoring the wall along this property line. This is not on Mr. George's property, does not have permission to do that work, and is not proposing to do that work now. So with that, Dan Pereira at least has reviewed. The wetland scientist who did the flagging, unfortunately, was not able to be here. She works with Dan. She prepared a brief memo that described what she did, how she identified the wetlands. I think Dan has more information based on direct conversations with her and can at least respond as well as we can to questions that the commission may have, and if we need to produce her for another night, we'll do that.
I think everyone already has this. I don't know if you want copies of it, but I've got a few more copies of the report. And I think one of the main questions you had was whether they did any soil examinations. And she did do 2 soil evaluations, one within the wetlands and one about 10 feet within the wetlands, 10 feet out. And if you just look at the report, it says within 10 to 12 inches they hit refusal, basically they hit rocks. And that was not enough for a definitive determination of hydric soils, although there was some evidence of it. And basically the determination of the wetlands line was based on vegetation that they found there and basically the slope of the land and other hydrology indicators. And she's listed here a couple of plants in the wetlands, skunk cabbage and jewelweed. And on the adjacent upland area, she's also got Norway maples, red raspberries, and celandine. And goes on to explain how the soil probes were not conclusive because they didn't really get too deeply into the soil. And that's basically talking back and forth with her. That's how she delineated it, mostly on the presence of species and basically how the land is sloped. Keep in mind I have a very limited understanding myself, so this is from a phone call.
And I appreciate what you said.
Yeah.
It doesn't help us, but
Okay.
the area where the wall is, that's pretty easy. That's a top of bank.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The problem we have was like with an A6, A7, A8 flags over
Okay.
here.
Yep.
But we didn't have any, obvious topographical indicators.
Okay.
So this is the area we were looking for. We thought the soils would do that.
Mhm. I think she grabbed her sample. Her transect was at A4. I'm not sure how far that was from A6 and A7. Let's see here.
If you've got a diagram of it, we could probably ballpark where we were
Yeah,
standing.
So
yeah.
A6 and A7 is the corner of the property. A6 and A7 are here. It sounds like she did it more closer to A4.
Yeah, A4 is where she,
That's where the top of bank is. That's easy. The problem that we had was over here. We were by the what? I know we crossed here and then walked this way.
yes.
That's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the big beech tree?
Yes.
Is here. In fact, when we were back of that. Right.
Behind.
Right behind that. That's where the confusion is.
You can just leave it there, you don't.
And our difficulty is that this is clearly jurisdictional based on top of bank, so that's not really a problem.
Yeah.
I just don't want to certify something without something more. Do you know when she did the plant analysis?
August 6th. August 6th.
I mean, it
That's
wasn't,
when they were out there.
it wasn't obvious to me anyway. I don't know if it was obvious to anybody else. I wasn't sure how the delineation was made near the beech tree, that big beech tree.
Yeah, I think the real issue from the George perspective and from her perspective was to determine that that the wetland was far enough away from his property line. And I don't know whether.
Right, and you just made the 25-foot non-disturbance zone.
Here.
Maybe what, and I'll take some suggestions here, but maybe what we can do is simply not certify this, because we don't need this.
Right.
The only thing we're interested in is where the work is, and you've already stopped the work right there. So I'm comfortable with this. It's beyond 8 that I had some concerns with. So we could probably certify it through 8, and that will govern the work that we've already permitted, or we told you to go ahead with.
Yeah, I
And
think
we have
that,
no, Michael doesn't, the Georges don't own this property. They have no intention of going that way in any event. This is all subject to conservation restriction that was placed, that is under the jurisdiction of the Milton Conservation Trust. That there was a conservation restricted, but the property line, it's interesting, the property line comes northerly, easterly, and then turns northerly. Again, that's the Forbes Woods. But in 1980, there was a property line that was created along here, and this property and another lot, the 2 large lots are owned by Raj Pathak and his wife now. A substantial portion of this lot, which was known as Lot 2, is burdened by a conservation restriction. And so the
We don't think of it as burdened, we like it, so, you know, it's a good thing.
benefited by a
There
conservation.
you go. There you go.
But so there is no possibility that this could be developed. There is no development activity proposed that I'm aware of by the Pathaks. There was some discussion between the Georges and the Pathaks about doing some sort of treatment along the edge on the Pathak side. Once we discovered that that was actually benefited by the conservation restriction, any thought of doing that ceased. There's no activity proposed to take place. So I think your proposal that you certify only what's being...
What's right about the wall that was started and then stopped, that's heading in the north direction, right there, right? What's right about that? The flag.
oh, the flag?
Just go north of that.
A10.
A10.
A10 would be right proximate to the boundary line between the Pathak property and the, so if this carries through right to there, it's actually A11, which would be, A10 and 11 would be just on the DCR side of the property line.
So go back to you want to go back to A9 roughly?
Yeah.
And then just, that's what
The
you're...
closer I get to top of bank, because that was the...
Closer you get to top,
Yeah.
I think that's fine by us, that's fine by us.
I'm very uncomfortable certifying wetland issues on land that we haven't had the owner has had a chance to represent himself. I mean, Pathak, he may or may not agree with that line.
No, I don't want to go on to property, that's why I'm going to 9.
Isn't that line?
No.
No,
if we
that's
go- if we-
DCR property.
That's
That's
DCR.
DCR.
No, but as he's moving his hand back.
That's the property line.
And that's 10, that's why I said go back to 9, because I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go back to 9, then we're closer to the, where you can see the top of bank. And that would encompass all of the work that's being done there.
Right. Can you just elaborate, the height of the existing wall was how high? Was two boulders high?
Roughly, yes. The
Which
new wall is, 2 to 3 feet. And it wasn't uniform, but the new wall is higher. The new wall is probably closer to,
I'd
Yeah.
say 4.5.
yeah, 4.5.
It used to
yeah.
be 3 and now it's about 4.5.
Yeah.
It's a big change. And it's wider than it was before too. And it's more dense than it was before.
Yes, there's still some void space, but there's gravel in there for drainage purposes. Yeah.
Are you uncomfortable with that? Yeah. Speak now or forever hold your peace, sir.
How old?
Oh, okay, all right. Any other questions from commissioners? Are there abutters, members of the public that have a question or a comment? I don't hear any. As long as we don't go beyond A9, is everybody comfortable?
Totally, totally.
And the planning plan is good?
Yes, if, with the agreement of the extra trees, if there's consensus about that, excuse me.
That's fine.
Do you want, so we'll make, if we were to vote in favor of it, we'd make it contingent upon a new plan being submitted that would include those trees?
Okay.
Is there a swimming pool contemplated for this property?
Yes. Swimming pool's going.
But it's not under our jurisdiction.
No, it's, everything's
No.
outside of the jurisdiction. It's here. Yes, this one. And there are retaining walls that were installed here, and all of this fill area coming in here. That's well away from your jurisdiction.
All right, there's only one other aspect that we addressed on the 8th of November, and that was if the plantings don't take hold, this season, and they probably won't, what are the overwintering plans to stabilize that soil? Because it was pretty roughed up when we saw it.
We can seed it with a drought tolerant fescue for winter cover.
Winter rye even,
Yeah, winter
something,
rye.
yeah.
Now, and will it take now?
All of a sudden we turn pretty cold, but if this is just a spell that we go through, we can do it up to Thanksgiving.
Is there a contingency plan if it stays cold? I mean, do you mulch it, or how do you stabilize that?
We can wood chip it, mulch it. Right now, since fall, all the leaf drop, the duff layer is pretty, there is a good duff layer, that helps a lot. But we can mulch any bare spots. That's the-
Okay, could you add that to the plan in addition to the trees?
Well, you
And then-
could pre-germinate it and spray it. Pre-germinate the seed by 3 or 4 days.
Pre-germinated?
Right, take the seed, put them in the tank. Wait a couple of days and then spray it. It's developed by George Kaufman out in Kansas City.
You don't look like a believer.
I haven't seen pre-germinated seeds shot by hydro seeder.
Believe me, it works.
Well, if you just have some kind of a contingency plan,
Erosion.
okay?
There are two sets of erosion controls that were put in. One was to contain the work that's going on up here.
Right.
And then a separate one, obviously, here. But I think we can certainly add contingency to what we're doing here.
Okay. All right, this is a notice of intent. So we need to vote on a motion to issue the order of intent with the conditions, including the change in the plan for the planting plan and the contingency plan for stabilization over the winter, and approval of the wetlands delineation only so far as A9, and the rest of it we'll ignore. They're not in it. They missed it. How could they have to be in it? Did you hear that? Because I don't think we need a second vote. It's outside the 25 feet as I read it.
What's that? When you started working, when you stopped working, you realized you were in the wetlands?
No, we
Well, in
realized
the
that we
buffer.
were within
The buffer.
We're in the buffer, we're not, yeah, we're not in the wetlands.
We're never in the wetlands. We were close, but we were never within the 25-foot non-disturbed area.
You were never within a depression that held water.
Didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
You were never within a depression that held water. If you have a depression in your land that holds water, it's jurisdictional in the Milton bylaw.
I'm aware of no.
It could be.
No, it is.
It doesn't, I understand what you're talking about, isolated wetlands. Just because you have a depression with water in it, it'd be like a bird bath, it doesn't mean it's a wetland necessarily, even an isolated one. But it's neither here nor there, because if we adopt the line from A1 to A9, they're outside, it's all jurisdictional, but they're outside the 25 foot, and I thought that was.
Second vote's not necessary.
Correct.
I stand corrected.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just relying upon what, those lines. That's good. All right, any other thoughts or questions or conditions?
I guess my only thought is, the way that the vegetation was used for the wetlands line, I thought was fine. I was struck by the skunk cabbage as clearly a wetland plant, because we were just on a site walk where a naturalist told us that skunk cabbage was not,
I was
which
looking for
we
that
sort
reason.
of laughed at, so it's good to be back to reality again.
There's nothing to do.
All right.
There's a lot of players around.
I just read what was in the report, so, yeah, that's good.
So it was fine.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
You're not having any lights on the wall, right? Up lights?
Shooting up.
All right. Any other comments from the public? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the notice of intent with the conditions that
I
we've...
so move that we approve the notice of intent with the comments that we've made in regard to deliberation.
For a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? 4 in favor, 2 abstentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is, number 7 is abbreviated notice of intent, 0 Central Avenue, the town of Milton. And we have a written request to continue that until December 9th?
Ninth.
December 9th. As a result of that, we go to the next, number 8, notice of intent, 131 Elliott Street demolition, continued hearing. Are you, the applicant, ready to go? I thought they were.
We might make it out of you by 12.
Nah, I don't think so. Give you a list of questions. All right, that's all right. I actually wrote them out.
You did?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
I started writing them and my hands got tired.
I know, one of the things I need to have.
Do you need the demolition plan?
What's that?
Do you need the demolition plan?
No, I've got that. I don't know what I did with the DEP. Comments. Yeah. Can you read it?
Did I?
No, can you? That's what you call small print. Did you see it? Yeah. It's not small to you? Yeah, it's small.
Do you have that document? I didn't get it.
All set. Thanks, folks. Welcome.
Michael, is that
If you
going?
missed it before, we have a recorder running, so I'd ask you to identify yourself for the record, please. Steve, you want to start, just identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Steve Connolly, applicant, and I'm here with Phil Cordero, he's the engineer, and Chris McCarthy, engineers for the project, and Peter Friedman is my attorney. And also Jerry Sullivan is also.
All right, welcome all. All right, what can you tell us about the revised plan?
Oh, Phil will.
All right, thanks, Phil.
Sure. So again, Phil Cordero from Allen and Major Associates, representing the engineers on the project. So we're going to, I guess, continue our discussion on the application for demolition of the building at 131 Elliott Street. You know, since our last time here, and I wasn't present at the hearing, Chris was, we've since modified some of our erosion control and site preparation plans that he's putting up on the windowsill here. And it's to put forth our best way of controlling, you know, any stormwater runoff and erosion potential, you know, during the demolition of that existing structure. So we've introduced a sedimentation basin, thank you, Chris. That's just upstream of where it was previously located. So it's not located at the Central Ave Elliott Street intersection as was previously shown on some other site drawings. We believe that, again, during the demolition of the structure, we'll want to route all of our stormwater through here, so all of the contaminants, erosion materials, suspended solids can settle out and be allowed to filter through a berm and then discharge into the municipal system on Central Ave and Elliott Street. We also reviewed this information with the Department of Public Works and the town engineer this morning, so we can have continuing discussions with all of the appropriate parties that are reviewing this application. So that's what we've made for changes to the plan. I think one of our other goals tonight is to further some of the discussions that were started at the previous hearing and also at the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing a couple of weeks ago regarding the DEP cleanup management for the site and so forth, some of those issues that were raised.
All right, well, that's, actually, I appreciated putting a detention basin back in, because it was really hard to conceptualize how you were gonna handle the runoff without that. My quick reaction is you moved it away from, and I'm just kind of eyeballing it, from where the underground storage tanks are.
That's right here, that white line, that right there.
And one of the concerns I think we voiced before was that there are four
Monitoring wells.
five monitoring wells. And I think it's a simple proposition to find out what's down there in terms of testing to see if there is any leakage. It's been 17 years since anybody looked at it?
Yeah, the RAO was finalized in 1998. The position that we have on that in terms of the groundwater situation, the soil contamination, all of those issues are interrelated. When Rizzo was on board in 97 and 98 performing the cleanup operations in conjunction with DEP's wishes, at the conclusion of that process, we were deemed a clean site. So we haven't had to go in, do any further testing, and so forth. So as far as, us as site professionals, as far as some other licensed site professionals that we've consulted with, the site is considered clean. So in terms of
It's
testing
clean
and so
for
forth.
what purpose?
use.
Well, it's clean in terms of that there's no contamination. The source of the original contamination that was noted there has been removed, and then clean in that it's available for all purposes of development. So there's no limitations on it, no site development limitations that DEP may have imposed.
I thought there was an AUL that came out, and it was good for industrial purposes.
use.
No, I think what you want to look at, and we provided this to the commission after the ZBA hearing. Everybody here should have been provided some of the DEP information, the 21E documentation, and so forth, where the report said that there are no use limitations on it. It's considered the RAO 2, I believe. And all the 2 designates is that we weren't able to achieve full background condition, prior to that contamination leak that was identified due to infeasible construction or infeasible removal of the soil, but that we've achieved stabilization and, under the DEP criteria. So you should.
And that's in 1998.
That's true. That is in 1998. Now, the question is, well, so since then, what's happened? Well, the source at that point was removed. So with the source having been removed, the contamination having been dealt with, that's what's established that clean bill of health that we're toting under the DEP statement.
Aren't you asking us to stick our head in the sand a little bit? Because the monitoring wells are already there. All you have to do is test the water, because you're digging a detention pit right next to it. And we know from the Rizzo report says that the lower machine room, when that floor was excavated, that's where the groundwater was. And that was the problem that they had. Because when they excavated that 284 tons of contaminated soil, they had a water problem, so it's right under the slab. So I think the water elevation is pretty high. And I'm just concerned that it's almost like not looking. If they're already there, you don't have to do anything other than test what's in there.
Well, and I don't disagree with you in terms of, testing it. If there's a well there, you can certainly test it. But, the position that we want to make sure comes across is that the site is clean, and there's no necessary requirement to test it.
Well, it was clean in
Site is clean
1998.
under a different set of regulations. Those regulations have been revised 3 times since 1997. Okay, so it was clean back in 1997 by that criteria, but it may not be clean by today's standards.
Is there a problem testing it?
Well, the thing is, when we have our position is when we have a permit to build, our first order, once we have the buildings down, the first thing is demolition, which we're not interfering with the location of the underground storage tanks. When we attain a permit to build, our first thing is going to be to lift the underground storage tanks out and go through that process that's stipulated through DEP. You have the proper town officials there, you lift the tanks out. If there's a problem, there's a protocol to take care of that. That's when that's going to be addressed. But there's no reason for us to address that just for the demolition of the building. So depending on how things permitting-wise.
One of the things that I understand what you're saying, and I understand you acknowledge that, that the tanks are gonna have to come out
Right.
at some point.
Right.
And I understand the financing component of it, and I'm not trying to back you into a corner on that. They have to come out, and my concern is that we've got the lower machine room, which is off-site. It's over there, right, Chris?
Right,
Okay.
right.
So I'm interested in that, and I've got two different and possibly conflicting plans. Because at one point, I thought you were going to go down to grade, that is, to the slab, and take out the foundation walls. And then later on, you said, no, we're going to keep it because that was actually going to be a place where you're going to retain the water that we all expect to have. So that's why I called it a swimming pool. That's a problem for us, because another plan that you have, in fact, the demolition plan says you're going to fill it. You're going to fill the swimming pool with, backfill. So I'm not exactly sure what the best way to find out what's down there. I don't want contaminated soil covered. And I'm not sure, and I get it, back in 1998, it was the 284 tons were taken out, and I appreciate that. But that's why I was so concerned with the water that was taken out this past June. I wanted to find out what was in it, and I assume it was tested.
I got you, I provided the bill of lading for the 2 tankers that came out.
I saw that, and I appreciate it.
And what I'll have to do is follow up with the actual test that they did. The information they gave us was that it was not contaminated water, that it was wastewater, stagnant water, and it had to be disposed of the way that we provided you. I don't want to make an assumption, but I'm assuming if it was contaminated water, we would be paying a lot more money to get rid of it. But we'll see. I'll get that testing into the commission.
That would be helpful, because my concern was that, I've seen conflicting plans for filling the foundation, raising the
The
foundation.
other thing I want to touch on for the lower machine room is that when that was discovered, they removed the concrete floor. They excavated 4 feet below that floor to the bedrock. They excavated all the soil and took out all the groundwater in that machine room, replenished it with new gravel, poly, and a concrete floor again. So that is sealed. That's a secure site where that spill was. So moving forward, and that machine room is actually about 4 feet below the rest of the foundation floor. I'm estimating that, but it's about 4 feet below the rest of the foundation on the inside of that property. So what we're talking about with fill is that with some of the aggregate that we're going to create, we're going to fill up that lower machine room and tarp it to ensure that no runoff, to try to address the concerns that you have.
That's actually helpful, because I didn't know that the machine room was lower than,
Yes, it's
than
about 4
the
feet
basic
low.
foundation.
Yes.
And where was the crack in I say foundation, I mean the floor.
It was in the concrete floor. What happened was when they...
But in
was
which
in the
one, the
concrete
big
floor.
basement or
In the lower machine room.
The lower machine room.
That's where the crack was, yes. Which, that's what opened up the whole cleanup effort.
All right. And the water that's being held there, I think you took out 18,000 gallons
Right.
in June?
Right.
Where was that accumulated? In both the lower machine room
No,
and?
that just came out of the lower machine room. And the reason we had to pump that out was because the period of time, that it's been vacant and water leaking in, different, it's been 17, 18 years, whatever it is. We needed to access that lower machine room to get rid of some, I think it was asbestos that was in that lower machine room. We had to get there to get rid of it. So that was the purpose of pumping it out.
Okay. Now, I also went back over the Rizzo report to find out where these drains go, because there are a ton of floor drains. And it appears that they're going into the sewer system, which in turn, but there are also drains that discharge into the river.
Well, we have,
Right.
we did an inventory in the building, we went through it last week, not to the extent that Rizzo did years ago, but there were a number of area drains that do go to the sewer. That's by regulation, they have to connect to the sanitary system. So that's what they did, they dye tested a number of them. We don't have any drains within the building that actually go towards the river.
But what about, if you're talking about the catch basins on Elliott Street that are supposed to catch your runoff, and you've got filter fabric designed to protect them, where is that going?
So what ends up happening, everything in this area generally flows towards Central Avenue, and then it flows towards the river. So we had a very
Plus
in-depth,
into the river.
we had an in-depth discussion with DPW this morning as to whether it goes to the Neponset River or to Pine Brook over here to the east. And we're,
Goes to the river.
Well, whether it goes directly or not, whether their drainage system, and actually they're unsure of it, so we're gonna sort it out with them, as to whether the drainage system here goes directly into Neponset and then ultimately goes, down to Pine, or whether their drainage system goes directly into Pine. So ultimately it does get to the river, but in the process that we're doing, by introducing the base and introducing the erosion materials, we have to contain, we have to treat, we have to handle that water before it gets into the municipal system, before it goes to that natural design point into the riverway. So that's what we'll be doing here.
Can you do some kind of a dye test on that to find out where it discharges?
We are, well, again, we're going to be working with the DPW to trace the lines in Central Avenue to know exactly where it goes. We identified, as I testified at the ZBA hearings, there are two head walls located in the banks of the Neponset River, one on, about here on Central Ave, and then one just on the other side, or, right about here in the tree line, and right about here. And per some record plans that we have, the drainage system comes down to a central manhole about here, and then bisects and discharges here and here. And it's only upon further conversation with DPW, as of this morning, as a result of ZBA last week, that they believe it actually may not go through here. It actually may go to a manhole here, and then go through this alleyway by the cleaners and go into Pine Brook over here. And we're going to work with them on doing that. We're going to possibly put closed-circuit TV through those lines and chase those out for them, with them, in conjunction with them. So that'll answer your question.
Even when they did the intersection remediation back in '08, they don't even know, they even laid the line, they still not clear.
There's confusion.
All right.
There's confusion. We want to work with them on solving it. But from our perspective, honestly, regardless of which riverway it goes into, we have to make sure we treat the water appropriately before it leaves the site. And that's what we're going to endeavor to do with the basin that we have here, the erosion measures, the demolition plan of action that you have in place, and so on.
All right, and just so you know, that
Okay.
thanks. Just so that you and the public knows that we did get an email today from DPW asking us to coordinate with them so that we're all on the same page, so that anything that we do is really contingent upon their approval and vice versa.
Yes.
Which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and so just to elaborate on that discussion, again, we had with, Joe Lynch and John Thompson this morning, stormwater is a very, technical issue. And under the local regulations, they have a stormwater management permit that needs to be sought through DPW for local permits. And what they would like to do is they want to make sure that we can meet the intent of that stormwater management permit, and they wanted to relay that information to the commission, so that way it could allay some of the commission's concerns that there's no oversight here and that no one's looking at it, and there's the risk of pollutant contamination in the riverways, that DPW wants to be actively involved, reviewing everything that's out here, making sure that the project progresses in a manner that would satisfy the town on multiple levels, both at the commission, at the zoning board, and at the DPW and engineering departments. And hopefully that letter made it into the record with the rest of the commissioners here.
All right, and what about the DEP suggestions? Because we've got here on their website, they've got extensive comments in terms of how to proceed at this juncture, most of which relates to stormwater runoff.
Yep.
And the plans to contain it and clean it.
Sure. I don't have their comments directly in front of me, but I do recall seeing them. Some of their comment was basically addressing redevelopment. The initial application that was put forth limited the amount of stormwater standards that we complied with under the classification of redevelopment. We did as much as we could do. And DEP's response was, well, wait a minute, we want you to do more than what you think you can do. And that comment also came up through the Zoning Board of Appeals, and Horsley Witten is their consultant reviewing our stormwater for them. They made sure to reinforce Stormwater Standard 7 under the Wetlands Protection Act, the stormwater regulations, is that you have to improve over the existing conditions even in a redevelopment project. So what we did is we went back and we took another look at the project, and we redesigned some of the stormwater controls, that would be factored in. Now that That gets into really the site NOI more than the demolition of NOI. So I want to make sure that there is a separation of where those stormwater standards become applicable. For the demolition, they're not applicable. I mean, just a tear down of a building, leaving the foundation in place, the stormwater standards would not apply. During the site redevelopment, then they definitely do apply. And through that, through the revision of plans through ZBA and here through the commission and the review by Horsley Witten, we do feel we have an improvement over existing conditions through the use of some proprietary stormwater treatment systems that include treatment and infiltration and oil removal and sand removal and so forth. I'm happy to discuss those further, but I just want to maintain that, you know, they are separate and distinct from the demolition request and the site plan request. So,
What are we gonna do with the oil that's in the bottom of the, that Rizzo indicated that's in the bottom of the monitoring wells?
anything that would be found in there would be removed, and it would be removed.
Where does it come from?
Well, any oil that it could still be
Found in the
remaining.
machinery room,
Well,
middle of the parking lot.
This is the tank.
in the existing, there may be some oil remaining in the existing tank, and that oil has to be removed. You know, we'd bring in an oil removal company to vac it out of the tank prior to the tank being hoisted out.
So we have oil, free oil in the soil.
No, there's a double.
Excuse me, that's what it
Sorry.
says. They drilled the monitoring wells, and they got oil all over the drill bits. And they measured half an inch of oil at the bottom of 3 of the 4 wells. And they drilled 6 more wells, monitoring wells, inside the lower machinery room. And they all had oil in them.
Well,
And you say, well, you took out the concrete and you took out the soil, but that's inside the building. That's not outside the building. My concern is the environment. We still, 12 years later or 18 years later, have oil from the site that's getting into, that's a given.
Half of the problem was resolved with the lower machinery, and that's in the report. The half of the problem that is in the site with the tank is not resolved. And you said a number of times, the site is clean, the site is clean. The site is not clean. The lower machine room has been shown that it was adequately, you know, that it was cleaned based on the guidelines, and they filled in multiple packed layers and multiple layers in there. They have not shown or indicated in any way that the site around the tank is clean. And that's our concern, that we have these wells, they're available to be monitored now. There's no reason not to monitor them now, to see what we're into. And the idea that we're gonna actually basically surcharge the soil by using it as a retention, the adjacent land above the tank. Understand we're no longer directly above the tank, but we're directly adjacent to it. We're gonna surcharge that by using that as a retention basin. We need to evaluate those wells prior to that being used so that we don't basically distribute that oil in the process of using it for retention.
so addressing the second part of that first in terms of the retention. Being a surface basin, during demolition, the surface water is going to run off, go into the basin, be filtered through the basin, and then be released. So it's not promotion of infiltration that could possibly pick up that contamination that you're thinking of.
So you're lining it.
Well, it's not going to be lined. It's not going to be lined. I mean, that's the earthen portion of the site that we have, but we're not promoting infiltration through this. So we're going to use the existing subgrade that's there. Go
But
ahead.
you're gonna achieve infiltration because it's soil and because you're not lining it.
Because it's not lined, we would get some, you know, some secondary infiltration. That's true. What I want to point out, and thank you, Chris, for handing it to me, is, you know, as part of the action plan that was submitted under the Rizzo report, I'm reading page 4, section 2.4, groundwater sampling and analysis, is that LPP and dissolved petroleum were not detected in the groundwater samples collected from monitoring wells located outside and down gradient of the site building in March 1997, and LPP was not detected in the monitoring wells 1 through 4 on April 14, 1998. So there was sampling outside of the building, and Rizzo has it documented here that petroleum was not detected in those samples.
Okay, so.
So that's
what-
where the statement was coming
So
from.
what you're saying is we're not gonna find anything in the wells. So what we're asking for is, let's monitor those wells prior to the demolition, prior to building the retention pond above the tank, to show that that's still the case, that there isn't a situation where we have
well, you're telling us that there is no oil in the ground. Let's just prove that that's true.
Are you saying that we're gonna put in this detention basin, and it's not gonna be lined, and you're gonna have water go in there, and it's not really gonna be absorbed?
No, there's a difference between an infiltration basin and a retention basin, in terms of, the engineering vernacular I'm going to use. Infiltration, we want highly permeable soils, we want to promote the water to go through. In retention, it's going to hold back the water and release it over the surface, as opposed to more water going through infiltration into the ground. So there's.
You said it wasn't gonna be lined.
It's not going to be lined. And I agreed with him that if it's not lined, there would be water that could be absorbed into the soil. But it's not an infiltration basin. There is a distinct difference in terms of how we would design a site. And I don't mean to play games with the vocabulary at all, but it's not an infiltration basin. It is a retention basin. But it's it's an unlined
How is
retention
it not
basin.
gonna be lined and retain the water?
So, have you evaluated the soil that's there to show that that is not a permeable soil? It's a clay, or it's something that's going to minimize the intrusion, the absorption of the water?
We haven't done current testing, in this round for this temporary basin.
So we don't actually know that the soil that's there isn't a very permeable soil that's going to actually be an absorption condition.
Well, I know it's not a highly absorbing condition, as you indicated. We have the previous soil testing results from when all the wells were dug in the area. We have those. Could you hand me the boring report, and I'll just touch base
How
upon
long ago
it?
was that?
Well, it was when those wells went back in 97, 98. You don't have it,
Okay.
all right, I don't have it with me, I
No, but-
apologize.
No, but just, we're talking about whether this is going to function as a retention basin or whether it's going to retrain. And
Thank you. Yeah. Right, so these are some of the lower ones that Steve has handed me. I didn't have them in my file, I apologize. Is that, there's medium sand and silt.
sounds very permeable to me.
Well, the sand can be permeable, but depending on the level of the silt, the silt would expand and absorb and almost results in like a clay-like barrier. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not, that's,
Direct connection to the line.
Do you have the boring logs?
I do not. It should be in everything we gave you.
Yeah, I got so much here, I'm just trying to find. Boring logs for Rizzo 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Those are inside.
No, those are outside. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are outside in the parking lot. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Laundry wells, okay.
6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are in the lower machinery room.
I agree with that, but I thought they were looking at soils inside the machine room.
No, what I'm saying
And they're
is
looking
the
for a
boring,
free-floating
the boring
product.
Right, the boring report tells you how hard it was to put the
Oh, I agree.
probe
Yeah,
down.
I agree.
That's what I'm trying to find in here.
Okay.
Continue.
While he's looking at, can I just ask a real simple question?
Sure, of course.
Why don't you want to test the water?
Well, I'll be completely honest with you, it's not a situation of not wanting to test the water. It's needing reassurance that we have a project here that will allow us to go through and remove the tanks, remove everything that we need to. We need to get to a certain comfort level that we have a project before we want to dig into the tanks, dig into having any oil within the tank removed, getting the tanks out of the ground.
But you have to remove, I mean, if there's oil down there, you've got to take them out, whether you've got a project or not. If you own the land, you're responsible to take them out.
That's
right?
isn't it
That's
to your
correct.
advantage to know sooner than later what you're into? I mean, if,
We know there's oil there. Rizzo told you there's oil there. Rizzo told you there's oil there. The bottom of the monitoring wells is oil. He put them in, measured half-inch standing water, standing oil. What else do you need? You've got oil on that site, down the well, and it's going into the environment. Okay? That's not,
So can we get an agreement that you'll at least test the water so that we know what we're dealing with? It's like you're asking us to avert our eyes. you know, like, don't pay any attention to the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. I mean,
No.
it's there.
And I don't want to come off as, somebody who doesn't want to protect the environment. I mean, that's not what we're out to do. And we're also not asking you to, look over here so you do something over here.
No,
It's,
and we're not suggesting that.
okay, I just
But
want to make it clear.
Even the argument
Yeah.
of doing it out of sequence, in terms of you're going to do it, but you're going to do it in a different sequence, what is the downside for you from doing the testing at this point? The wells exist, drawing some water off of them. We're not asking you to remove the tanks. We're just saying, we'd like to know what the conditions are. And what you just said before was that they showed that there was no oil in those wells. So what is the downside for you for not doing that testing at this time? Is it a, I mean, we talked about financial, kind of packaging deal, or is it not?
Well, it is. I need to know that we have not just a building permit, not a demo permit. And we need we need a mechanism that we can finance taking care of that site. And that's where it's at. The demo is a separate issue. The town is involved with their section, we have our section.
Sure.
What Craig is talking about with the wells, he's talking about a half-inch of oil. The reports close out the site with no further activity needed, no more remediation needed. That tells me that they were comfortable with what they found in those wells.
Right.
I don't know what that means, but that's the
At that
point.
time.
At that
Right,
time.
yeah.
Now, what we're talking about is taking that building down, leaving the foundation, then coming in and doing our site work. We're not interfering with those wells, we're not interfering with groundwater, we're not, nothing. This is the process that we need to take, and, the thing is, it is a function of the 139 from months ago with the town, is why this is a separate application. We have to take these buildings down.
Right.
That's why there's a push and pull with the separation. But,
But does knowing that the wells have oil or not, does that in any way affect that separation? And I understand the separation, and I understand the desire to do the demolition and the remediation or whatever that might be as part of the other part of the package. Does knowing now affect that in any way, or?
I don't see the need to test those wells until we're working with with actually doing the site work. Like I said, the first order of business is to take care of that, that parking lot area, obviously.
So our concern, my concern is the potential effect of putting the retention basin above this. So their aversion to not wanting to line it to minimize the intrusion of water. And therefore, I would call it surcharge the ground. Would you be willing to incorporate a lining of some kind in order to minimize the intrusion? Because that way, we're basically taking the ground out of the play.
Sure.
We're saying that all of the absorption, that the retention pond is occurring, that'll be lined, so we're not superimposing that load on the soil. Does that solve your problem, your questions?
Maybe, but not necessarily, because I thought that the purpose of the detention was to take out some of the solids. And that requires some kind of movement of the water through the soil.
Well-
Now you're gonna, if you line it, how are you gonna get the contaminants out of the water?
This side of the basin, the downstream side, would be a filtration dam. So it would be, a stone-lined dam that the water would travel through horizontally. And it's in that area we would get that removed. That's why I'm saying anything that goes, down through the ground, through the open pores of the soil is not what we're planning on. We're planning on the horizontal movement of the water through here and then following the natural gradient down to Central
Catch it
Avenue.
on the downside, and then.
Exactly.
And then the design for this dam is engineered to filter out whatever kind of solid.
Correct. I mean, we're not talking about, fine particulates. We're talking about, solids that we can settle out, solids that we can remove out of the stormwater. So it's not to replace like a water quality treatment unit that you would put on a closed drainage stormwater system where, it handles microns. We're talking about large particulates that could be taken out of the water stream before it discharges into Central Avenue.
The detail of the dam is, it's held up by like 4-inch, 5-inch stone, so it's got some girth to it. That's covered with a Marafi fabric, which provides the filtration.
Yep.
And then covering the Marafi is 1.5 inch stone, small stone, which will catch that first round of the bigger particulates, and then the Marafi will get the smaller stuff.
Right,
So as it filters out, it's clean rainwater.
And in terms of lining it, we have no issue with that. We could certainly line the bottom of it. You know, if the concern is that there's any water going through into the soil, it could potentially pick up anything, whether it exists or not, we certainly line it.
understand our concern, or my concern on that.
Absolutely. I can absolutely understand the position. There's no question about that. I know where you're coming from. You know, so we want to work with you on, you know, solving those challenges.
What's the elephant in the room that nobody's talking about is the financing part of it? What's the cost of removing the tanks? What are we talking about? Is it $10,000, $100,000, or, I have no idea.
Tank of that size,
Yeah,
you have
it's-
to price it out.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, but it's pricey, you know, because you're gonna have to open up the concrete and, you know, remove anything that's inside it and remove the tanks. And it's gotta be done by licensed professionals, so it's not, you know, Joe salvage guy that can do it. It's somebody that's gonna have to coordinate everything with DEP and remove it, and, you know, the tanks come out, any liquids come out, and it all goes to hazardous sites.
But that's
I don't
that's a
know.
fact. That's gonna happen anyway.
That is true. That is absolutely
So
true.
my real question is, what's the differential between doing it now versus doing it as part of your site development? I mean, I understand there's a cost factor and it's the price of money. I get it. But what are we talking about? Does anybody know?
Excuse me, John?
I'm just trying to figure out what the, you know, the cost differential is. The tanks are going to have to come out, no matter what.
Right.
And they're going to have to come out according to protocol and, you know, clean whatever contamination is there. So it's X.
Right.
And you're going to have to borrow X to take it out.
Right.
And if you borrow X as part of a 40B project, you've got basically a deal on the borrowing side of it. If you do it as part of the demolition, you don't. But you're asking us to try to kind of defer a potential problem, and we've got all kinds of contingencies. We don't know what we're weighing here. It's, you know, you're asking us to take a risk that the water in the detention is not going to recharge and it's not going to force, you know, the contamination, if it's there, towards the river. So you're asking us to take a risk, but we don't know what the cost factor is, what the differential is. I understand there's a difference in the borrowing cost between, you know, demolition versus 40B financing. Can you give us an idea?
Well, the demolition is not a financing issue. The 40B is a financing issue. Everything we're doing here right now is out of pocket. So there's a difference. You can't get financing just to demo a building, John. I've never. This is all expense on us right now to move forward with that demolition. That's on us. And then when we, you know, hopefully we get a permit for an apartment building, and we'll have financing, and there's always contingency money in construction. The first thing we're gonna do, like I said, is lift those tanks and see what we have. It's just the way it has to go that way for us.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody knew that. I already knew that. But I, you know, you understand we're weighing alternatives here, and we need to put it out on the table.
Yes. But again, we're not, you know, we're getting these buildings down, we're not disturbing the foundation. We are, you know, put in the lined retention system that we're talking about. I think we're making a good effort here.
Now, when are you grinding up the concrete? Part of this job, part of the building demolition?
No.
Or the sidewalk?
The material that's, the brick of the concrete that comes down with the building would crush that aggregate on site, but we're not gonna take out the foundation walls until we're doing site work.
So there's one of these 40-foot-long brushes that's gonna be moved onto the site? With the three different jaws for the three different sizes of...
Yeah, what we had talked about is crushing the material that we could leave on site down to 3 and 4 inch aggregate. We could get more specific for you on that, Craig. That's where it's at right now.
Yeah, I'm concerned about, is that gonna be as the site work project or the demolition project?
The crushed stone would be, to crush the material would be we'd like to have it as part of the demolition project.
So, refresh me, and I've got so many plans here. The demolition project, comes under the town's bylaw, right?
Yes.
But the site work comes under 40B. So that's a different set of rules, right? So when they crush the building, we should be more concerned under the town's bylaw. It has to do with the environment. So we've got to take care of the noise and the dust. Okay? And I've heard nothing of that.
Well, you know, in terms of the noise.
You people want to work 6 days a week. What, 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night? I think that's in your work schedule?
You have the work plan, and that work plan addresses, you know, some of the dust
I
concerns.
think the neighborhood should know that 8 o'clock Saturday morning, you're gonna hear this truck crusher go bum, 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 bum. It's gonna seem like you're over at West Roxbury crushed stone. Well, it's not a quiet project.
Craig, I believe that the town, in the last Conservation Commission meeting, said they were going to set up a community meeting that they wanted us to attend to talk about how this process is going to go.
Right.
So the the immediate butters will know when the building, they'll have notice that the building's going to be coming down. And it's a big building, it's not an easy project because of the proximity to the tracks and Central Ave and Elliott Street. It's going to be somewhat of an imposition on the neighborhood for the few days that it's coming down, or weeks or whatever, and the trucking out of the material and stuff. But that's what's there, right? You know, you can do things to mitigate it, but it is a business district, it's a busy area, and there's gonna be noise.
Do you contemplate having the neighborhood meeting before or after we make a decision on the permit?
Well, I was waiting to see how the town, I haven't had communication with the town on the demo. We're supposed to coordinate this. I don't know where they're at with that. So when we get some coordination, I'll try to see where the town is at, sort of organizing a community meeting, see if they've hired a contractor yet, see if it's the same contractor that we have, we'll be able to coordinate the site a little bit better and maybe adjust these plans a little bit depending on logistics, but there's some unknowns there still.
All right, we're gonna open up to any other commission questions, then the public. But I have to tell you, my concern is that I would like to know what the risk factor is. It's a separate issue from whether or not, you have to do it as part of the demolition. The tanks are coming out, and the ultimate issue is, do you take the tanks out as part of the demolition project or part of the construction project?
Right.
I get that. But to make that decision, I need to know what the risk is. And I don't see any other way, in terms of assessing the risk, is to just take a test from the monitoring wells that currently exist. I mean, there's no cost to it. And I'm guessing a little bit here, but you may be concerned that, oh, gee, what if it comes up oil? They're gonna say, you've gotta take them out now as opposed to later. I understand that would be a concern because it has financial implications. But you're asking us to take the risk of not knowing what's there. And all you have to do is take a test of the water.
Yeah, but if we know the oil's at the bottom of the monitoring wells.
Well, we don't.
What?
It's been 17 years.
It doesn't go, it's in solid granite. That's as solid granite. These people say we're gonna drain all the water through solid granite.
I don't know what your.
That's the Rizzo boring report for the monitoring wells.
But is it the boring report when they dug the wells outside in the parking area? Or are
Yeah,
you talking about through
right
the
there.
floor? I don't know which one it is. There
I'll tell you
are
right there.
16 of them.
No, just 1, 2, 3, 4. You want a site plan for it? I'll dig up a site plan.
No, what I'm saying is that I can't tell if these boring logs are from inside.
No,
the
they're
lower
outside.
machine, or these are the outside.
Yes.
Okay.
Give me a couple minutes, and I'll find you the site plan.
No, it's not a test. I mean, it's something that you're gonna have to respond to.
But boring, they bored into, okay? They
Right.
went through the dirt on the top,
And they hit bedrock,
and they hit bedrock. And it said they hit bedrock.
right?
Had to switch to an air compressor
Okay.
to turn the bit, which means it's rock.
Okay.
And at the bottom,
I'm with you so far. Go ahead.
okay, at the bottom, when they got down there, they said, we have oil in the hole. Okay, where'd the oil come from?
this is in the parking lot. Do you agree with that?
Well, the wells that he's referencing, there are the 4 wells that are outside in the
Yes.
parking lot. They had the report had that there was some oil on the tips, and I'm not disagreeing with him. But then again, we have that same report, the section that I just read to the commission, that said they didn't find anything in the soils around it. It's the same correlation between these boring reports that he has in his hand and the section that I read to you from the Rizzo report. So they found, a little bit of the sheen on the oil tips, but then in their professional opinion, they said that there was no contamination outside.
Have you tested those wells?
No, I have not tested them.
It's
John.
not a cost factor. It doesn't cost anything to get out and take a sample.
John, on the summary and conclusions on in the last statement there, it's clear what the LSP's opinion is. It states, given the results of the soil and groundwater samples described previously, no further activities are planned for the site. A permanent solution has been achieved for the release site as a result of the remedial activities. And our response action is RTN, the case number is complete, and the Class A2 RAO has been achieved for the site. That includes the groundwater samples that Craig's referring to. This is a closed deal.
I agree it was closed back in 1998, but we've got 17 years of very high groundwater elevation. And we don't know what's there. All I'm asking you is look. You're asking us not to look.
What I'm asking for, with this, I'm asking for a demolition permit to knock that building down. I'm not, and again, we're leaving anything that would have impact on that area. We're not impacting either the storage tanks or the monitoring wells. And what we're proposing is 4 feet above that, and we're gonna do a lined system. There's no reason for us not to move forward with this, in my opinion. I don't see any risk assessment at all regarding.
What did the Rizzo report say about the building foundation? It says in the building, in there, page 28, it says the extent of oil contamination on the site is only contained by the building foundation. And you people are gonna take the building foundation out. So where's the rest of that oil going?
What they said was that you had the building foundation wall, and what they did is they excavated 4 feet down from the machine room floor, and they got to bedrock. And they also noted that there was no cracks or fissures in the bedrock, and they felt that it was contained. And like I said, they took all the material out, they replaced the material with gravel and dirt, plastic and concrete.
But that's inside the bathtub.
But that's
We're
in
talking about outside the bathtub.
No, outside, when you get outside the foundation, the one thing that we're talking about now is the monitoring wells that they drilled down in the lower parking lot where the underground storage tanks are. They also did a number of cores inside where the machine room was, where they found all kinds of them. And that's why they had to dig everything out. They found product. They had to take it out.
Right.
So, and again, what we're talking about is essentially to the west end of that unknown parcel. If you bring that out to Elliott Street, bring that right down towards Elliott Street, that's our foundation wall. The tanks are, 50, 75 feet away from that. And that's where the monitoring wells are. We're not impacting it. We're not doing anything with that lower parking lot. But we are gonna be handling that lower parking lot with redevelopment, like I talked about earlier. So I just don't see there isn't a risk.
Any other questions from commissioners? Do we have questions or comments from abutters? Members of the general public? I'm shocked. I am. I am. Well, let me ask you, what do you think would happen if we said, as a condition of issuing the permit? I mean, I've got things that I've been writing down here that I'd like to see. But what do you think would happen if we said we want you to test the 4 monitoring wells and you appealed it to DEP? What do you think DEP would say about the fact that you've got 4 monitoring wells sitting there and you don't want to test it? It's a little bit of a hypothetical, but I'm just thinking, wouldn't they say the same thing?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of parts to the answer. The first one is they're going to look up the RTN, the same thing that we've propagated to the commission. They're going to say, oh, it's a closed case, the professionals have signed off, you're good to go. I mean, I think that's going to be their initial response once they dig up their records, because they're not going to be made aware of anything additional. And then I think if you were to push that further, I mean, continue to harp on it, then it just becomes a timing issue. Is you have whatever's below the pavement, whether we talk about the lower machine room concrete floor or below the asphalt, in this particular activity, we're not doing anything below this, so nothing gets disturbed. It's like, it's a cap, it's a closed site, you're leaving it alone, you're not touching it. And I think, quite frankly, they could agree with that. They could agree with, we're removing the superstructure above it and nothing below it, and as long as we line that basin, we're not introducing the potential for anything that's below there to move anywhere else, to leave the site, to go to the riverway and so forth. And I think that we could certainly substantiate that position with them.
Have you done any percolation tests on the soil?
No. No, we haven't.
Why not?
Well, frankly, because, you know, the infiltration that we're doing, is limited infiltration during the site development plans. And before we can get, before we want to put machinery on the site, we want to get the building taken care of, and while the machinery is there, we dig exploratory test pits and, confirm the soil in those two isolated areas, one being over here and one being along the western property line, for the focal point drainage systems that we have to introduce.
Yeah, but your whole drainage system is contingent upon water being infiltrated into the site.
To a very limited...
Biometeoration with your wood chips, where's that go? Going into the site.
The infiltration is a very small component of, the site that we're doing. It's really more of the treatment that we're getting going through the wood chips. And then we're getting some infiltration, but it's really the treatment through the media that we're seeking.
Michael, what do you think of the proposal? I'd be interested in knowing. Are you comfortable with this as you analyze it? Or?
Well, I understand John's concerns about signing off on something that we have an easy way to check and confirm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find out why I shouldn't be asking you people to vote with me for an enforcement order to take the oil tanks out tomorrow.
Well, that's another tactic. That's a different tactic.
Okay. They're down there, and we know there's oil down there.
Well, at this point, we don't.
Well,
We have differing reports and differing information.
According
and
to
that's-
Rizzo,
And I'm
the oil
of-
is there.
And I agree that we should, it's an easy thing to test the soil. The monitoring wells are there, we ought to include that. Because that would tell us where we are. And granted, I agree with what they're saying in terms of lining the retention basin and not going into the soil. We're basically taking the building down to grade. And I think that taking the building down is a good first step. It's been a long time coming. And I think that what they're proposing in terms of taking the building down to that level, without going into the soil and dealing with the foundations and removing the tanks, I think that can be achieved reasonably. At the same time, I would agree that testing the monitoring wells is such an easy step. There's no reason not to do it. And it gives us a better understanding of what we're into on the longer term.
Yep. We've asked them before. It's not
But
the first time.
that's my opinion. And I think that what you're proposing in terms of taking it down to the ground and the idea that we're not going into the ground, I think that that's a great step. The wells are there, we ought to just take the short step and do a test.
But I think you'd agree with that, we could demolish the existing structure without, interference or action with anything that's below grade. So whatever's...
The exception to that is the vibration. There is going to be vibration. The vibration is going to cause shifting of materials, could cause, changes in the flow of water through the site. That's something we don't know about. And I personally don't have a lot of experience in the impact of vibration and demolition. But the more we can do to minimize the intrusion of new water into the site, I think lining the retention basin is going to be a good step. But since the wells are there, it's a no-brainer to me to test them. I still don't understand, knowing or not knowing, how does that affect if knowing now, does that because you know now, does that mean that you're not allowed to include that, the removal of the tanks during the site development phase? I'm not, if you can show me that, then that's an argument, and I think that's where John was going, but,
I think if they find out that there's oil down there, DEP may force them to take it out tomorrow. Take out the tanks tomorrow.
well, is that your, I mean, is that a concern? Is that your fear, or?
Is that we would have to take the
That
tanks out
DEP
tomorrow?
would force you to redo the removal, and then that would shift the whole thing to being, dollars in hand versus dollar financed.
Well, I think there is a timing issue on it. I'm not sure of the time frame. I don't know if it's immediate. I've heard different standards on it, but it would box us in as far as a time frame. I'm unsure.
Because DEP would come back and tell you that you need to do it in a certain frame of time.
I think that's the way it works, yeah.
You know, just to your point about the vibrations and so forth, and I'm not gonna pass myself off as an expert either in terms of demolition and vibrations. And I certainly don't wanna bring in, the other application that, we can't speak about, which is the removal of the building on the town's land.
Sure.
But I think that, that the same theory may hold true if you extrapolate it to them, and that their request to remove a building is now suddenly contingent upon any activity on our land. You know what I'm saying, is that you've kind of now, if you want to apply that theory to it, then you have to apply it to their site as well.
As I said, I think that what you're proposing and the idea of taking the building down now is a good idea. And it's been a long time coming, and we should take the building down. I'm not saying, from my perspective, I'm not saying that we need to remove the tanks at this time, but it's an easy step to do the monitoring, the testing of the monitor wells. It's very, very easy. It's a negligible cost. Why wouldn't we do it? And from that, my recommendation would that we would require that to be done, just so that we know what we're into.
Trying to get off the salmon here. In the overall scheme of things, would it be better for having an independent LSP employed to assist us with this?
I don't know I mean, we all have to decide on that.
Right.
I mean,
That's why I brought it up.
If they had, okay, that's a different conversation.
The same way we, have a vernal pool consultant, we can have an LSP consultant.
Yeah, we certainly can.
I think the first step is to say whether the monitoring needs to occur. And then once you've decided that the monitoring needs to occur, then we can determine whether or not the information that they would provide directly, or whether we would need it from a third source. But
Right. See, I think what I haven't been able to persuade you of is that the mere fact that you test it doesn't mean, let's say it comes up that it's dirty. That doesn't necessarily translate into, you've got to take them out now. But it's part of the risk assessment that I think we're obligated to conduct. I mean, that's part of our mandate, to look for alternatives and to assess the risk to the environment. And I think it's a basic fact that we need to know. But that doesn't prejudge the issue that you're worried about, and that is it going to come out of your pocket or can you borrow it?
If you extrapolate that out, and we went out and tested that and it came back dirty, then what?
Then Craig might be right, then we might need a consultant to assist us in assessing that risk. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable if they came in and said that there were, 10 parts per million as opposed to 351 parts per million. It wouldn't have a whole lot of significance to me. I mean, if it were, 1 part per billion, that's probably, in the air that we breathe right now. But I think it might get into an area where Craig might be right, that we need a consultant of some kind to give us advice on that issue.
Those reports, I believe the groundwater is about 8 or 9 feet below the level of the groundwater is 8 or 9 feet below the parking lot.
Is it? I thought it was pretty high, because when they cut through the machine room floor, I thought that was a problem.
And that's down.
The machine room floor is lower than the level of the parking lot.
Okay.
So by several feet.
I know that it's in the report there. I thought that the water table in that lower parking lot was over 8 feet. And I don't see how we're gonna disturb groundwater 8 feet when we're taking down above-ground building. I don't see it.
I don't know, but I'm still concerned with, you putting I don't know how many gallons would be you'd expect to be in that detention or retention pond.
Well, again, the misting that you do, a lot, when we had the demo contractor here at the last meeting, a lot of that misting gets absorbed into the material that's gonna be shipped off-site anyway. It's not like there's gonna be a swale full of water, and, we're not talking about a river.
Well, I know one of the things that the DEP comments on is whether or not you've done your calculations, and I know DPW is concerned with your stormwater calculations, and that's what they've asked us to make
That's
sure we
what- that's what
coordinate with
they're
them.
gonna work, right.
We don't have any idea how much water is gonna go in there. Because it's not just rainwater, it's the water used during the demolition process that's used to, keep the dust down and dampen the debris. What the runoff calculations are, I have no idea.
Yeah, to that end, in terms of the sizing of this, we've done the preliminary sizing of this, but in meeting with DPW, they want to work with us in terms of either whether this needs to be bigger or the controls need to be different and so forth, and we'll work with them on that. And that's why they want to implement the application of the stormwater management permit to the project, so we can do those controls, so we can look at the capacity, we can look at, how that functions in their eyes as well. So that was the purpose of their email to, to the commission today.
There was some question earlier about the depth of the groundwater. Okay? There were some questions earlier about the depth of the groundwater.
Below the parking lot?
Yeah,
Well, it was raised, but go ahead.
I'll tell you, it's right here, 8.45 feet, down.
8.5 feet, yeah.
8.45 in well number 4. Well number 3,
8.67.
8.67.
And then number 2 was 8.36.
So it's right there.
1 was 9.24. So I think Stephen indicated that it's about 8.5 feet below the asphalt. So
Right.
the reports support that. Yeah. But then, again, the lower machine room, the asphalt is here, the lower machine room is here. So your reference to the high groundwater being below the lower machine room is because this is already several feet below the
Right, I
exterior asphalt. I think that's all we were getting at. I don't think we were contentious about those numbers.
All right. But in terms of coordinating with DPW,
Yeah.
and just putting the DEP comments aside, just DPW, one of my concerns is if we try to do something tonight, we don't know what their contingencies will be. So if we were to issue a permit, conditioned upon their approval, it might change because they might come back and say, well, we want that retention pond to be 2 feet deep or 3 feet deep or 4 feet deep. We don't know, and that's why I think we do need to know what's below it. Because if they say, we don't want a lining, because we think the absorption process would be a better, cleaning technique, we don't know what's gonna happen if we don't know what's beneath it. And it could come up clean, and then everybody would be happy.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to speculate as to what DPW will say and so forth. I think just gauging the initial reaction from us meeting with them today, I don't think that's an avenue they were going to chase out, which is, how deep it is or whether there'd be reaction to it being lined or so forth,
Can you ballpark what you expect that to hold?
I couldn't, not off the top of my head, no.
But 225,000 gallons.
How much?
225,000 gallons.
What was that?
225,000 gallons?
No, it'd be amazing. No, it's not that big.
I have no idea.
It's only 3 feet high, right?
Yeah, it's only a few feet.
close
It's
enough.
just enough to capture, surface runoff and give it a place to collect, settle, over, and filter through. It's not huge. And that's, part of the discussion with Joe and John today was, maybe we want to store a little bit more water and then put a riser pipe in there so it actually, fills up, then actually goes through a riser pipe and then goes out to the street, actually the municipal drainage system, as opposed to surface flow, which is the way we've shown it here. That's really more of the coordination items that we're going to be dealing with them.
All right. I'm going to tell you what my concerns are, and then we can add or subtract from them. I'd like to see a soil test so that we know the absorption capacity in the area where the detention is. I'd like you to find out where the discharge pipes go to. And I understand that, it's a little confusing, but I'd like to pin that down as to where they are. I'd like you to test the monitoring wells. And and obviously, I think you already know this, that our approval is gonna be contingent upon the DPW approval of the stormwater permit. I'd like to make it contingent upon your responding to the DEP comments that are here on their website. They're probably, coexistent with DPW.
If I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman, but if I could, as part of the ZBA application process, Horsley Witten had raised the same comments, so we provided a point-by-point response to that letter, which would already be in the record, if that would satisfy your concern.
It might, it may depend upon the date. I'm looking at the start date of this. This is on the DEP website. It says start date of 7/1/2014, end date 11/14/2014. So it's just printed today. I can't tell, it looks like 8/14/2014, these comments. I can't remember when the Horsley Witten report was completed.
Yeah, it was
September 30th.
September 30th, yes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so
But
that was.
that may respond. to what-
It does, and, we could certainly provide those comments, to the commission, or they could be obtained through the ZBA record, whatever's more convenient for the commission, we're happy to do. But,
We've given the letter.
you may already have the letter.
Yeah, we do have
You
the
already
letter,
it,
right.
okay. So what I would ask is, I think that their letter, and then our response to their letter will satisfy your comment regarding whatever DEP wrote, because that was their initial first pass. Well, that's what I was gonna get to, yeah.
All right. And the number 6 for me would be the water calculations. I don't know what else to call it. How big do you think that detention basin's gonna be?
Okay. And I would suggest in that case, because that's also going to be related with DPW, as I mentioned.
Yes, it
Going to
will.
work with them as to how it's going to drain. So that calculation may also, you may consider combining that with your contingency to the DPW satisfaction.
Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And then just as another point, in terms of the soil absorption that you referenced as comment 1, if we agreed to line it as, I think it's Mike had pointed out, I think the soil absorption rate would be moot at that point.
Right, I was wondering the same thing. Is if they're gonna line it.
I'm looking for contingency plans, if there's
Okay.
some kind of a 100-year storm that comes along and we get a lot of excess water and it goes over the berm, I
You wanna know what you're thinking.
yeah, just, I'm
That's
just
what that
protecting the
overflow
downside.
pipe would be for. It wouldn't go over the berm, it would go into, drop into that pipe that we were talking about with DPW to go into the system.
Right, but it would be without being cleaned.
Into the Pine Tree Brook.
Right, and that's why, and this all ties back to, we want to know where this is going. If it's going into the sanitary sewer system, it's one thing. If it's going right into Pine Tree Brook, that's something else. And I know you have to do that anyway.
That's correct. We're committed to do that with DPW. We've already started engaging some folks that could help us that the town's approved of, so that's on our docket.
Right, do you want to, those are 6 points, some of them clearly can be joined. Do you want to add or subtract anything?
No, I agree with you, Joe, on this.
Right?
The monitoring well testing, I didn't know if you included that.
I did,
Okay.
test the monitoring wells. Included anything, Arthur?
Agreed.
I would like to see a dissertation on the difference between the standards of 1997 and 2014
In terms of contamination.
Contamination?
in usage. Okay? Because these people, the applicant is pinning its decisions based upon an industrial usage of the site. Now, if this goes to an apartment usage, I don't have the qualifications. That's why I think we might need an LSP to tell us before we get down too far down the road is, are these people on the right path or are they in the wrong path? Okay?
True, but
We can't do anything. You can't make a decision about the demolition until you find out whether you're using the proper standard. If the standards have changed, and I've been told by LSPs that it's changed 3 times,
sure.
okay? And have someone tell me across the table, well, according to 1997, it's clean. But we've had 3 changes since then.
Understanding that,
And I'm asking, can he provide an analysis of DEP's changes?
relative to the testing that was done and whether or not it still would
The
satisfy.
testing and the usage category.
I agree with you, but I'm not sure it's applicable to the demolition project.
That's my
as
point.
opposed to the development project.
I
I
think
saw
it-
it the same way.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying is is applicable and needs to be evaluated, but if they're proposing a strategy that minimizes any impact to the subsurface conditions, they're not removing the foundation, they're trying not to remove the tank, they're protecting the ground from intrusion of any of the water due to the demolition, all of those things are minimizing the impact on the subsurface conditions.
Just tear the building down.
And that's what we're talking about. All we're talking about is the demolition of the superstructure.
But in the end, we're going down 10 feet?
But that's a different discussion. That's a discussion
Right.
during site development.
Right.
And that's, we're not talking about that at this point.
That's when we changed the regulation, our guidelines from town to E DEP.
Right, but if I could interject, sir, I mean, that's actually, in this case, that's probably a good thing, because, you know, the removal of the tanks, well, no, for everybody, in that the removal of the tanks, the removal of any hazardous material goes through DEP as opposed to the commission. I mean, you guys will be copied on all correspondence, but the standards that we'd have to adhere to are through them, and that's not gonna change. Whether this is a 40B or any other project, it's still through them. You know, so as Mike pointed out, that's on the site-related portion of the notice of intent that's been filed. And DEP would review anything that we have to do
And that would need to happen at current standards.
at current standards.
And the same applies when they remove the lower machine room basement foundation. If there's contamination outside of that, they didn't believe at the time that there was, if they thought it was contained within the foundation, if contamination is found outside of that, based on current standards, that would also have to be cleaned. But that's not in the discussion at this point.
With those, so you've got your list of things. Can you, maybe you can delay that response, but is there any change? I know there have been changes to the regs, but on the use limitation, I don't know that there have been. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know that there have been. I'd be remiss to comment without checking it further.
All right, would you check that for us?
We can, sure.
All right. Do you agree to a continuance of this? I mean, we've got a list of things that we'd like you to do, but you have to assent to the continuance.
I'd like to get,
You don't have to assent.
I'd like to get at least an approval with an order of conditions to get our demo permit. I'd like to close this out. Would like to close this out tonight.
Okay, we can take a vote on it, but I'm,
Are you-
my view
That's a
is.
long list of things that
Yeah.
are contingent.
He wants us-
It's gonna have to come back to show that those are concluded.
He wants a vote tonight, we'll give him a vote.
We have a deadline.
Okay. Everybody ready for a vote?
We have a deadline of the 30th with the town that we're trying to adhere to of this month, so,
The 30th of,
November.
but they're nowhere near there. I mean,
I
they
understand
continued
that.
their hearing tonight.
Well, they don't even have a full notice of intent in here. For 6 months, they've had an abbreviated one. I don't know what's going on with the town. I haven't seen anything from the town, so.
Well,
But
I
that's-
agree
but
with you,
it's
but
impeding us, it's impeding us on performing on what we're supposed to do. You know, so I mean, there's one thing that I give a little thought to is about the monitoring valve. That piece. But, I mean, it sounds to me like we have to work with DPW and satisfy your concerns with the drainage issues, and seems like we're there. Why can't we get that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
do you have a position on the
Well,
continuance?
what we'll do is I'd like to talk to Phil for a few minutes about what we've just discussed here before.
Sure.
Before we make a decision on it. We'll step outside.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure, the next hearing's gonna be a long one. So-
Well, we have our,
2-minute break, so we
2-minute break.
keep the order of the next applicant.
How about,
Fair enough.
can I ask for a bathroom break?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They'll give us time.
All right, thanks, we'll be in recess for a
Thank you.
couple of minutes.
Sure. Thank you for agreeing to the break. You know, we consulted with it outside, and you identified 6 points on there, 6 potential conditions. And what we would ask is, we would like to have the commission, vote on the hearing. 5 of the conditions are acceptable to us. The one about the testing of the wells, we would request that that be made a condition of the site notice of intent, and not the demolition notice of intent.
All right, the problem that we've got is that at this juncture, we don't have, I mean, I know you've agreed to it, but until we actually receive the data, put the testing of the monitoring wells aside, but soil test, finding the discharge points in the river, working with DPW, the water calculations as to how much that detention pond is gonna hold, we don't have that. So without that, we'd have to deny the permit, but we don't want to deny the permit. But we'd have to cite those as reasons why. We have insufficient information, which would justify a denial. And that gives you an appeal, but that wouldn't help you, because DEP's gonna say, well, we want that information too.
Okay. Well, then, I mean, based on that, then, we would continue the hearing.
We'll continue it with
We'd continue it.
Do you agree to continue it?
Yeah.
All right.
But.
Can you get that information? And I understand you don't want to do the monitoring, but putting that aside again, can you get the information by the 9th or sufficiently in advance of the 9th so we can deal with it?
What's sufficiently in advance of the 9th? Just for
Kathy,
confirmation.
what's
When would
our-
you need it by, so we can make sure we have it?
5 days, 7 days? What's our,
Right.
Do you have a scheduled meeting with them?
I would need it by the 25th of November.
DPW?
We don't have a scheduled, we don't have a scheduled meeting with them yet. Again, this is all new information today as to how we were going to approach everything. We have to coordinate that search and destroy mission on where the pipes are and so forth before we can figure anything else out.
Tonight.
So,
This was it. We would need it by a week from tonight,
Thanksgiving?
just because we're having it the 9th, this was delayed the week, and
The challenge with that one, Mr. Chairman, is by having it by the 25th, by a week from tonight, is coordination of that camera work. That's going to
oh,
take
I'm
a
sorry,
lot of time.
actually, it would be December 2nd.
That helps.
Okay. No, that's for news, I'm sorry, that was for the newspaper, for anything to go into the newspaper.
We would certainly do our best to meet those objectives to get it to you. But as I did just mention, because we have to coordinate that camera work with the DPW, it's going to be work within the street, police details, the whole 9 yards. There's some logistics there that we have to sort out. So
I understand.
we will do best efforts to get it done and have the answers for that.
All right, good.
Yes, sir.
Well, with your assent, then we'll continue the demo proposal until December 9th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is 131 Elliott Street Site Development.
Should I introduce myself?
Yes.
Stephen Connolly, applicant.
And Phil Cordero from Allen and Major Associates as site engineers. Yeah.
Yep.
You want us all again? Peter Freeman, in the law group?
Thank you.
Chris McCarthy with Allen Major.
Thank you. So now what do you want to tell us about the site development?
What do you want to get into now?
Now you're going to take the tanks out, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to kind of put a presentation together on the site, because I know we really haven't discussed it to date. Direction from the commission as to, what we'd like to discuss relative to the site application. Stormwater management features, removal of storage tanks, the contaminated soil, quote-unquote contaminated soil. That's all part and parcel to this site intent application.
All right. My quick response is something I said before, and we're interested in preserving those interests that we protect. One of them is open space, and again, I'd encourage you to go back to the good faith bargaining table with the town, because my view is you can't give us that which you don't have for open space. If this belongs to the town, you're not giving us, you're taking this open space away from us here. And this is particularly important to us because that's where the tree came down, and that's a big deal for us. And that's the source of the enforcement order. So I'd really like to see if you own the entire project. I mean, the whole plot. If you owned it, you could give us some open space that we need. And to be honest with you, I'd rather have you take the building and put it back here, closer to the tracks, and give us the open space that we currently have right now. That's just me, Todd, that's not an official position. But I don't know how you can do it, unless you can work out some kind of a plan with the town. Because you're not making the site better, you're making it worse for us. When I say for us, from the environmental protection perspective. But-
Sorry.
All right, so, and that's, I think I said that before at one of our prior meetings, and I don't speak for the other commissioners, and perhaps I'd like to weigh in before you even respond to that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Anything, Judith?
No, we feel the same way, and we've discussed this several times, that this is the area, you know, as John pointed out, this whole area is vibrant. This had protection from the black oak, you know, that you took down. And we'd like to see this area continue to be open and useful for people. And it would be a benefit to the building as well. So in terms of habitat for people as well as for, you know, all the interests that we protect. So it's odd that you don't see that as clearly as so many people seem to see it. That this is the area on the street, you know, the plaza area, to keep as open space, to protect for the air quality as well as for plantings. This is the perfect place to put it.
Anything, Mike?
Yeah, I had two things. First thing was, the enforcement order is against the removal of the tree. And during that, we talked about replanting a large caliber tree.
Okay.
And based on this plan, based on filling out the entire site as a parking area, I don't see you accommodating that. I don't see how you're going to accommodate planting a large-scale caliper tree. So that, I think, is a big issue for me. The second thing is that the stormwater controls, the system that you're using, I don't think is adequate capacity given the size of the site and the amount of impervious area that we're talking about. So more, you know, a better understanding of how that system is going to work, and that there is some, there's going to need to be retention capacity to minimize storm surge. I don't see that in what you proposed. But I believe that that's something that we can develop as the project goes along, based on scaling. The tree issue is a bigger issue because that has a direct impact on the layout of the building and the amount of site that you're basically taking up using constructed assemblies.
I'm nothing to add, except, you know, where would you propose to put a large caliber tree?
With this, and everything's set up for a tree there, and when they try to save the other one, you know, they had the arborist opinion from the same arborist we used, Horticultural Technologies, which recommended that tree be removed, and recommended our tree be removed. And that tree, they went through extensive work, and they had to take it out in a short period of time. And with the removal of our tree, I mean, it was rotted and decayed as well. So it is set up, I guess the point being, it is set up to accommodate a large caliper tree, and it would be a good public benefit at the Milton Public Library.
But we do have a performance standard that's of long-standing and uniform application of 3 to 1. Now, I don't know how you replace a 250-year-old oak. I mean, they're not easy to find, and they're not easy to transplant. See, and I don't mean to be facetious, but when Judith is talking about a large caliper tree, we're talking about a large.
Well, that's why
caliper
I was citing the off-site location. I don't think. I
But
mean,
that doesn't
I
mean.
agree, you know.
But that doesn't mean you can fill in the open space that we currently have. I mean, there are other kinds of trees and shrubbery that you could plant. It's the open space that would accommodate some trees or shrubbery, not necessarily, you know, a 250-year-old oak.
We have some opportunity for plantings.
Yeah, I was going to kind of wait till you made your way around the commission and start addressing all of the points, but, you know, the first thing that came up was the open space issue, and, you know, it's true, there will be removal of that corner where those tanks presently exist, you know, as open space now, but you know, we're working within the regulations. There's no specified requirement that we have to provide a certain percentage of open space for this development, whether that be permitted under the local bylaw or even the state statutes that we're doing. So we certainly understand and are respectful of the commission's desire and preference that we have that open space, but the needs of the project have dictated the shape and layout of the building that we've set forth here in the application. We do have a green component to it. You know, the plans that were submitted have the landscaping. You know, Chris does have it. We want to certainly make it a residential and pedestrian-friendly atmosphere, but not to necessarily have a green park located right at the intersection. It's just not achievable here with the requirements of the project.
But that's where the pedestrians are and would congregate.
Well, that's true, but I mean, we are talking about private property here, and we don't want pedestrians to congregate on private residential property, so we're not encouraging that, so we're not going to have benches and so forth, but we'll have a green component as dictated on the planting plan, you know, for the enhancement of the project to the scale of the building for the residences that we hope to rent the spaces to. You know, so I hope the commission acknowledges that there are certain drivers of the project that need to be met, you know, that don't necessarily coincide with maintaining that open space. And in doing so, we're not violating any regulations or any directives. I know it's a mandate of the board.
It's a private project, but an awful lot of public funds are going into allowing you to do this project. And those public funds mean that people have a right to participate, to say what they would like to see. So it's not like, you know, you're totally doing this with your private money. It's a little bit different. And this is very much a public space. It always has been. And the people of Milton will always see it that way. You might like to see a long, skinny strip of trees. People don't want that. They want a little bit of an open space where people can use it a little tiny bit. And that's going to be pressure on you. I know you want to think of it as a wall around it, but it's not. People feel that space has always been open a little bit for hundreds of years, and they're still going to see it that way. That's a very public area, and it's becoming more so. There are more restaurants, there are more cafes, there are more people in that area, whether you like it or not.
I'd hope not to say much. I'll only interject, and in no way with any disrespect or anything contentious, but it is not public property.
I'm not suggesting
It is not, I don't see any nexus between that desire that it's always been public, it's private property. I don't see the nexus between the legitimate purposes of your bylaw, which again, I'm sorry, of the state WPA, because on this one, we're talking state WPA. I think as an aside, even within your bylaw, which I've looked at, I don't see anything that would govern and justify your requirement, your stated requirement that that area, the corner, be public. It just can't be public. There's no nexus. The only way you could achieve that would be to have the town do an eminent domain taking and give them just compensation for it. So, you know, I certainly respect your desire to, you know, to improve the project in ways that are connected to legitimate purposes under the WPA, but that's not one of them.
Let me ask you a question, and it's a real question. It's not intended as sort of a jab back. I don't know the answer to this, but to the extent that under a 40B project, you know, essentially you're going to bypass the municipal regulations, although the state regulations still apply. Is there any significance to the fact that our enforcement order under the town preceded the 40B application by a couple of years? Is there any first in time, first in right analysis? And I don't know the answer to this.
No, and I'll be equally candid. I don't think the timing itself is a factor, pro or con. What the meaning of, I'll simply leave it as, just as Phil in his response to a few of your questions, he didn't try to make things up, and I'm not going to try to make things up. The enforcement order and what that means under 40B, because as I understand it, it was issued under the local bylaw.
Yes.
It is theoretically waivable. I'm not suggesting that the zoning board either should or would contemplate waiving your own enforcement order. It's your enforcement order. So again, I don't have a definite answer. I think that certainly in the balancing test overall, which is the 40B standard, but also in terms of just fairness and appropriateness from your viewpoint, that, you know, there's a valid discussion as to what should happen, not just because there's an enforcement order. There was, and the action was taken without permission, there were legitimate safety reasons to do it, but I understand it was done without your permission, notwithstanding that it was for safety and protection of the public. But I do think it's fair for you to balance the reason that it was taken down, even though without your permission, into your equation, and then to balance what's appropriate for a good development, you know, from the 40B perspective. Not that you're the 40B authority, but, you know, to insist. Again, so far what I've heard is, and it relates to the enforcement order, is that, you know, this has always been public, it's always been open, and we want to keep it that way, but that really doesn't have anything to do with the you know, fact that a tree was cut down. If there's other environmental amenities, such as, and even somewhat larger caliber perhaps than what we already proposed along the strip, that to me is part of the give and take and would be valid, but not an insistence that that corner, which just doesn't work for our building, be left as open. So it's not a public park, and you know, we're not going to invite the public there.
Let me just correct something that I said, because I answered quickly. You asked whether or not we issued our enforcement order under the town bylaw, and I said yes. We also issued it under the Wetlands Protection Act. It's both.
Yes,
No,
yeah, and
that may or may not
I
make
didn't
a
mean to
difference.
ignore that, but, you know, as to under the WPA, obviously, whatever DEP regs and enforcement, that's a separate story, because we all know certainly 40B doesn't affect that.
Understanding the conversation that's been talked about in terms of public space, public access, the openness of the corner, there's an argument that I kind of adhere to, which is the improvement of the site. And the removal of the tree and the openness of the corner are were two existing conditions. And the proposal is not an improvement of the site. And going back to that, what we're asking for is consideration in improvement of the site. Not from my perspective, not in making it a public space, but in making it an improvement to the neighborhood relative to what has been removed or what is being proposed to be removed. And what we're seeing right now, I would argue, is not an improvement of the site from what it was before.
Well, that at least distinguishes and separates an objective of the commission from the public use aspect, which I appreciate. So I can certainly respond to that and deal with that, and that's a legitimate discussion, in my opinion. I don't have any quick response. Yeah, it's going to, other than the fact that when you say improvement, yes, as to that corner, if you like it as open space, that corner, and we're not going to have that, then on that limited item, I guess you could say it's not an improvement. But when you look at the overall site, and I'll leave it to the engineers, but when you look at the overall site, including getting rid of the building, and should there be any contamination, getting rid of the contamination, and improvement of the stormwater management and all of that, I think certainly there's an overall improvement of the site. So again, you look at the parcel as a whole, as we do in land use, as opposed to the components, meaning just the corner. Overall, I think that there's an improvement.
Right. And the act goes on, they define improvement really as it relates to the stormwater standards more than, aesthetics. So again, we have to keep those issues separate. So we have to focus on improvements under the stormwater standards, which relates to DEP's comments and Horsley Witten's letter. But then as Peter mentioned, the overall site improvement, the old abandoned factory that's collapsing on itself comes down and a new building goes up in its place. The greenscape goes in around it, and we feel that is an improvement to the area. Maybe you do lose the open space on the corner. That's not in dispute, but I think the other benefits can outweigh that.
Judith, I had a question. You had mentioned public money for that site. What public money?
In terms of financing, guarantees, we were talking about that before. That in fact, when you're doing a 40B, this consideration, you're going to the state, you're looking for guarantees on loans, those sort of things. So you're not working in a vacuum here. That's what I mean, Mr. Conley. You're not working in a vacuum. You're working with other people around the state with public money that supports and encourages certain types of development. So in that sense, public values come into play. If this was exclusively, somebody's private property and completely, they have money in the bank and there's no further public involvement, I think that's a different situation. Here, when you're talking about a 40B project, there's additional scrutiny that you have to expect. And when I say public, I'm not meaning in the sense of in fee simple, that this is my project that's private as opposed to public. I mean more of a sense of areas that people looking at something, because it's going to be looked at all the time, so they feel a sense of ownership, even if they're not actually walking on the property. But they feel a sense of ownership because it's right there in an area that's heavily used. So I'm using the term somewhat loosely, but I still think it's an important consideration. And I can't overstress how much people in Milton feel this site should be improved upon, and that it's going to be used more and more to some extent. That whole area is being used much more.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Just real quickly, not to draw it out, but, and I respect that, but just so everybody has the correct information, there are no public subsidy funds from grants from the federal government or the Commonwealth. The financing, as is required for 40B, is from a quasi-public, but really private, quasi-public, private entity that is not an arm of the government of Massachusetts. It is the Massachusetts Housing Partnership Fund as the entity that will make a loan on the project. So there are no other public funds. And the only other thing I would say is that, again, respecting that point, but when you talk about a public purpose and attributes, the main public purpose and benefit here is the creation of affordable housing. Now, I fully respect that that's not technically the Conservation Commission's concern, but when you do mention public benefit, then I think it's fair for me to respond that the main public benefit for development like this is the creation of affordable housing. And if we could create more open space, we'd love to accommodate everybody, but it just doesn't work with the number of units that are required and the way it works. And my final point is simply, and please don't take this the wrong way, you're speaking on behalf of the citizens of Milton. I don't recall at the 3 zoning board hearings we've had, any of the neighbors, be they residential or business owners, standing up there and saying, we want this corner to remain as open. There's public hearing, public commentary at every hearing, as you know, and I don't recall any of the multiple speakers who had some praise and some legitimate concerns and questions that have been addressed with the zoning board. I don't recall anybody saying that that should remain an open corner. Thank you.
Me? Yeah, me again? Yeah, to do the site work and do demolition, aren't we required to shut down the MBTA trolley?
That'll be coordinated with when the town's demolition contractor, and we'll have to visit that with the MBTA. There'll be another meeting to coordinate shutdowns. And
Who's gonna pay for the diversion costs?
well, again, that
Which project are you talking about? It's either gonna, they have to work next to the MBTA trolley tracks.
No, I just didn't want to be confused.
To take down
The demo or?
he's asking about the
And the
MBTA
sidewalk.
fees.
No, I understand that, but at what time? During the demolition or during the construction?
Demolition.
During demolition.
Demolition.
Is what he's asking, I believe.
Well, I don't know when you're gonna take it down,
Well,
because I don't know when the brush is moving in.
When the demolition plan is coordinated with the town's portion, and it'll be determined the safest way to take that structure down. And at that time, it'll be determined who will be paying for the diversion costs, because there are property lines there. We're not sure how that coordination is gonna be yet, so both parties are responsible for diversion shutdowns. If theirs comes down first, they'll have to shut theirs. If we're ready to take ours in, maybe we can get some of it down, maybe we'll have to pay for an extra day, maybe vice versa, I don't know. That hasn't been hashed out yet because the town doesn't have a demolition contractor yet. So I can't speak to that specifically, Craig. There is gonna be a diversion, there is gonna be a shutdown, I don't know how many days it'll be. I don't know if it could be coordinated properly, that maybe we get maybe a 1 day and take the whole thing in, I'm not sure. So that'll have to be this.
So the, possibly be public money from the town of Milton going for your project.
No,
Well, who's gonna pay
No.
for the,
No.
who's gonna pay for the diversion?
Like I said, the town is responsible for their diversion and for the demolition of their project.
Right.
And then what happens is with diversions, and we've talked about this at the last meeting, I went around in circles with you. What it is if, and as a private owner, if I can piggyback in on a diversion, or, and I can get my site ready and take that structure in while the town's doing their work, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And I have every right to do it, and I don't see any reason why you'd have a problem with that. None. And if that time, if I can't get that building in on time and I need an extra day, I'll pay for the extra day, whatever way that works.
But what happens if the town decides not to take it down right now? You wanna go ahead with your project, you will have to absorb
The town's gonna be taking their building down, Craig.
their building down.
They're gonna be taking their building down.
And if they can do it without a diversion cost?
If they can do it without the diversion cost, then hopefully we can do it without a diversion cost. And if not, then we'll have to pay for the diversion. That's how that is. That'll be hashed out.
Is there any diversion associated with the building? The building project? The construction of the building as it goes up?
I haven't gotten that far.
All right. Right.
I'm not, we're gonna be in off that retaining wall. I think we'll be in enough that we would, maybe flag people. I don't think there'd be a diversion. Maybe, I don't wanna say, I haven't studied that.
Okay.
How do you anticipate your site work contractor going on with the DCR's site work contract at the same location?
DCR, I'm not sure of their start date, Craig. We may be, if they started, I don't know when they're gonna start that bike path stuff, I'm not sure.
As far as I know, they've already accepted bids.
I don't know, maybe the town, maybe town planner might have a better answer to that.
I even talked to them lately. I know the bids came in a little high and they were rebidding it, but.
Okay, I'm not sure.
All right, so we've got open space as an issue, tree replacement related to that. We've got stormwater capacity, and particularly to accommodate the surge, storm surges. And part of that may be a separate issue, but it may be part of the stormwater. You've got a lot of cars in there. And I think that the plans actually do include some kind of an oil separator in the basement, but you've got, what, 65 cars underground?
Right.
So we just need to be really comfortable that whatever petroleum runoff is coming into the floor drain is going somewhere where we know it's going.
Right,
And
right.
it's
So
clean.
there'll be an oil and gas separator component, factored into the plans. It's already on there now, and that'll be sized to meet the plumbing code because it's all interior space.
Okay.
That's, from my perspective, it's a scalable issue.
Hmm.
So assuming that the system they're proposing is viable, it's a matter of scale.
So if I could, just to touch upon Mike's original comment, just going the list that you just had about stormwater capacity, you said that you felt the system was undersized for what it has to handle. I think you'd have to accept that roof runoff under the Wetlands Protection Act does not need to be treated. So really, the issue there is how we route that to the design point, and that goes back to the coordination with DPW in terms of how we get it into the municipal system. So we're dealing with that, and
There's a
then,
retention capacity there as well, right?
Well-
It's not a full surcharge into the system.
well, and that's part of the conversation that we're having with Joe Lynch and John Thompson, is, we've factored into the design that the entirety of the building is going into the municipal system, and we're gonna sort out the capacity issues as we scope those lines referenced at the last hearing. In recent discovery, because of the way the existing building is broken up, there's actually points of discharge that head directly towards the MBTA tracks on the Neponset River from roof runoff. There's another portion that heads out to Elliott Street, and then the third portion actually goes underground and into the Central Ave system. So we actually have some different points of discharge that we can go to minimize, I think, that surge that you're probably alluding to. That's all going to be shaken out with DPW. Their comment with ZBA 2 weeks ago was that our assumption of it all going into the system didn't hold merit, and we went on record to say, we're not able to trace all of the existing lines of the building because it's so old, because it's collapsed, because we can't go inside it, because we can't dye test or smoke test everything, because all the lines have been broken and some of the roof leaders coming down off of the top higher portions of the building. So we met with them to say, how do we do this, guys? Let's work collectively to solve this. And the first thing that we came to conclusion on is let's scope the lines, let's camera the lines, figure out where everything goes. We'll do an analysis on what capacity exists, and whatever is in there, they'll give to us for the support of the building, and whatever that differential is, obviously then we have to engineer something.
I don't think you can modify I don't think you can design to the maximum capacity that's available. I think you're gonna need to provide some retention capacity in order to, sure, they're gonna give you some capacity in the system, but when they figure out what the capacity is, that's not a line that you can go to. And that you're gonna need to design in some kind of retention capacity so that there is additional capacity in the system for other things that are coming up. We can't max out the design of the capacity of the system.
And I would agree with that as well. I mean, there needs to be some allowances in there, you never design for the full capacity of a pipe, so we'll sort that out with them. I think the conclusion that we reached today with them, which was a very important point, is that the building that exists there now, is larger in terms of square footage than what we're proposing. And even though the roof has collapsed and we don't really know where all the water's going, but all the water that's falling from the sky is landing in that building, and it's not resulting in a negative action out on Elliott or Central Ave, whether it be on the surface street or in the closed drainage system. And that's a very positive thing. It means that wherever it's going, there's capacity there to handle that roof runoff. And we're gonna recalculate that and take advantage of it. And
Figure out how it all works. You're not there yet.
how to refine it even better than we've already done. And DPW's on board, and that also led to the letter today about stormwater management permit. So we'll get there.
You have anything else?
I just add that I think the tree situation can be mitigated on a 3-to-1 ratio, and we can work out the calculus on that. I'm a split mind on the open space issue, to be honest with you, relative to the responsibility of other boards in the town, the definition of what a little bit of space means. My experience in that area of town is not reflected by what I'm hearing from some other people based upon having grown up and hung around down there. So I'm of a divided mind on the open space issue. I'd like to see this not necessarily be a dichotomy of what can't be done and what can be done, but rather is there some middle ground?
Wouldn't it be great, though, if the developer had the whole plot of land, the rectangular one, including the building?
In the back?
Right.
I don't know, because that's very valuable property, and I think the town has a responsibility to maximize tax revenue from that property for the benefit of the community as a whole, and I don't know if the expansion of this project would serve that purpose.
I didn't mean to expand it as in more dense units. I meant to accommodate open space.
But then we lose future possibilities for revenue generation to the tax base.
Well, I guess that goes to the negotiating abilities of
Sure does.
Conley in the town. All right. Now, do you need more from us? I mean, we've identified some of our concerns. We've tried to keep it within the confines of what we can do and what we can't do in a 40B project. But you've got the stormwater concerns. You discharge into the river. We've already talked about the contamination issues. We don't have to repeat those.
I think those are our two big hot topics is, the contamination issues, which, are part of this discussion, and really stormwater, which, the initial pass on it was addressed with Horsley Witten, and now the refinement will occur under the stormwater management permit process with DPW. And I think if we can meet the intent of that SMP with DPW, I think inherently it'll satisfy the commission.
All right. Anything else, other abutters here or members of the public that would like to question or comment? Do we have your assent to continue this hearing? Yes. Until December 9th? Anything else?
Nothing further.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I know you folks have been waiting a long time, so God bless you for your patience.
No bathroom break for you.
Notice of intent, 693 through 711 Randolph Avenue is the next item on the agenda.
John, I do need to recuse myself.
Oh, you do, okay.
Is it because you got stung by the bee so many times?
I know. I know. PTSD.
That is true.
Habitat, I tell you.
Yeah, I guess it is.
That's a lot. Oh.
Yeah, that was. That was one of several.
I guess so, it's not really Christmas, huh?
He's not getting any new flags, so forget it.
All right, good evening. Thank you for coming. Will you identify yourself for our recorder, please?
Good evening. My name is Liz Sweet. I'm the 4D consultant with LDS Consulting Group.
Alan Caggiano, the attorney from Mid-Sloven.
Paul Holland, the developer with the Holland Companies.
Scott Morrison from Ecotech, the wetland scientist.
Rebecca Bashan, the landscape architect, UBLA.
Rebecca, can you give me your last name again?
Bashan, B-A-C-H-A-N-D.
Thank you very much.
Jim Burke with the Sell Burke and Associates, B-U-R-K-E.
All right, thank you.
I'm Marilyn Newman, environmental attorney for the project.
Oh, thank you. Well, welcome on. What can you tell us?
Well, if it pleases you, I'd also like to submit our receipts from the certified letters. Since we have introduced our team and we are going to be having our full 40B hearing on December 2nd, we really weren't planning on going into a lot of the project specifics since it's getting late in time. So I think we're just going to turn it right over to our two engineers, Scott and Jim, to go through the pertinent information for your review.
I'm sorry, you're saying December 2nd is what? What is that hearing?
It's the first ZBA hearing. It's the first public hearing. So we'll be going through the project from start to finish. If you want us to give you project details, I'm very happy to provide that as well. A general overview of the project. Would you like to hear that?
Well, I think it's worthwhile since there are so many people here who are interested in hearing about the project. I think we should do it.
So the very, big picture is that we're about 7.81 acres. We're proposing 90 rental units in 2 buildings. 23 of those units are going to be affordable for households at 80% of area median income. We will be proposing 83 under-building parking spaces and 73 surface parking spaces. So that's really kind of the very, very high level, but I think our engineers can, again, walk you through where the buildings are going to be located and what matters pertain to specifically to the state regulations as well as the local conditions.
What I'll do is Scott Morrison from Ecotech again. I'll just go through kind of the existing condition, turn it over to Jim.
Some way that the public could also see that. I mean, we
Would it
like
help
to
if I
see it.
sit on the side? We can use.
What is your preference?
There's no usually behind you, they take the mic.
How's this?
They need the mic.
Oh, you need a mic? Yeah.
You might be able to pinch it.
Use the pinch, yeah.
Perfect.
Can people see that?
Just to get everybody oriented, this is Randolph Ave here. 7-Eleven, I believe, is this house here. Existing site conditions generally slope, this is north, generally slope from west to east. This is kind of the high area here, shedding down this way. Wetland resource areas on the site consist of bordering vegetative wetland, which is located here along the frontage. There's also additional bordering vegetative wetland in the rear of the property here. And there's 2 isolated wetlands, local jurisdiction. They're too small to be isolated land subject to flooding. There's no estimated or priority habitat located on the site. There's no perennial streams located on the site. We've also evaluated the wetlands, and we've found no vernal pools on the property. And again, it generally sheds, the drainage essentially comes down this way, and this wetland ultimately sheets to the south before ultimately going through a culvert underneath Randolph Ave. I think at this point I can turn it over to Jim. He can go through the proposed project and stormwater, and then after that I can kind of take over and do the wetland impacts and mitigation we've got proposed.
Thanks, Scott. Again, Jim Burke with Selberg Associates, civil engineer, registered in Belmont, Massachusetts. What we're looking at is, as Lynn said, about just under 8 acres being accessed by a 24-foot road off of Randolph Ave. It's got a 4-foot wide sidewalk as well. The road probably extends up to a parking lot once it gets across the wetlands. About, need the mic? Yes. So yeah, you have a roadway that extends about 300 feet from Randolph Ave to open up into a parking lot that I think it has like about 73 surface spaces, and we have 83 spaces underneath the buildings. One building is located within the 100-foot buffer. The other building is not. The one that is, it's about 23,000 square feet, if memory serves correct. That's the 90-unit building. I'm sorry, yeah, 60, I'm sorry, 90 total. And also in that roadway is a 10-foot open bottom culvert that allows the hydraulic connectivity between the 2 sides of the wetlands to continue to exist. Along with that stormwater condition, we're also providing stormwater controls for the parking lot and for the roof runoff. We have about 5, not about, exactly 5 underground detention basins that I can show you. They're demarcated with the yellow boxes. They're 30-inch diameter hand core pipes, which is a manufacturer of HDPE pipe. It's a significant amount of storage underneath the ground, and we release that in a controlled fashion into outlet control structures, which basically eventually funnel down and empty out into to the wetlands on the upgradient side of the culvert. From that standpoint, you know, to protect the wetlands that we're draining into, we're also providing erosion control for the entire site, and will be controlled construction during the whole thing. We realize that getting across that wetland area is going to be a sensitive item. We're going to be doing that immediately, and then as soon as we get across that wetland, we'll be putting in the replication areas, which Scott will discuss later on. Once we get the roadway constructed, then we'll be bringing the utilities across and building the road up and constructing the culvert. All of this will be done, you know, within the conditions issued by the commission, hopefully, and with the proper erosion control and sedimentation control and dewatering if necessary and the like.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I don't mean to interrupt, and I should have asked this before, but the project is for 90 units.
Correct.
And I know there have been revisions, but the letter from May 27th, it says 72 units.
And it could be a typo, because it was 72.
If you're referring to the original site eligibility letter that was issued by Mass Housing was for a 72-unit project. We heard back from the municipality and in conversations with the the planning director for the town, that there was a very strong desire to have less three-bedroom units on the site. And that we also had some comments that there was concern about a reserved area on the site. So we took the time.
What's a reserved area? What do you mean?
There is an area on the site that, I apologize, has a deed restriction on it.
Can you indicate on where that is?
It's, to be honest, it's not relevant to the answer that I'm trying to give to you. So let me finish that, and let me just finish giving you the answer to the question that was asked. At the end of the day, between when we filed our original site eligibility and we filed with the ZBA, based on the comments and the feedback that we got from the town, we revised the plan to go from 3 buildings to 2 buildings, to consolidate the site considerably, and to get rid of a lot of the 3-bedroom units, and we now only have 10% 3-bedroom units. So in turn, we have more units on the property, and in actuality, less bedrooms and less coverage. We did go back to the subsidizing agency, Mass Housing. We showed them our information, and there is a supplemental letter in the ZBA submission saying that Mass Housing sits on its original findings, that the site eligibility letter stands as issued, but for the number of units.
So the number of bedrooms has decreased?
The number of bedrooms actually decreased overall, because originally I think there were something like 33 3-bedrooms, and now we have 9.
So fewer.
Many more 1 and 2 bedrooms, and considerably less 3-bedrooms. So if it was the site eligibility letter that you were asking about, there is a new letter that was issued from Mass Housing, and it is part of the ZBA submission.
Yeah, I was at your tab 13, which is the May 27th, 2014. It did reference.
That was the original one, yeah.
Did reference the 72. All right. Jim, getting back to you, I should let you give you a spiel, but when I looked at the plan, I looked at the replication area for the alterations in the wetlands, and then I looked for the snow removal.
Yep, it was on the layout plan.
Looks like you're dumping the snow in the replicated wetlands.
Well, from a standpoint of, if that's not preferred, then we certainly can avoid that and find another location for it.
Wow.
Like I say, but it's still, it's hydraulic. It's water.
I wasn't crazy when I saw that, right? Okay.
But, we want to keep it kind of central to the site. Obviously, if we have to truck it off-site, John, you know the answers. If we can't put it there, then and we don't have any more room on site, then we'll just have an agreement to truck it off-site and dispose of it in a legal manner. We try to consolidate the area as best we could, and keep the core of it central, and not kind of spread it out across the 8 acres. But I hear what you're saying, and we certainly can correct that.
All right. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but we'd also want some limitation on the use of chemical melt.
Sure. Don't forget the fertilizer in the,
Well, no, when I saw it, the replication area, and then on another diagram, it shows it's the same place.
Yeah.
That might not work.
All right. Fair enough.
Can I ask you another question? Sure. You've got a culvert coming in, and I know we had, some discussions, a lot of discussions, about the delineations of the wetlands. But to the extent that you're at 4,800, just under the 5,000, you've got a limited project. I understand that. But in the limited project, when you're cutting across the wetlands, have you considered as an alternatives analysis using a bridge? Because the culvert is going to inhibit the wildlife going back and forth.
Well,
A
actually,
bridge would not.
that's exactly why we used a 10-foot wide one. The 10-foot wide culvert isn't necessary for the hydraulics. The hydraulics flowing through there, there is no flood storage. The watershed on top of that is basically just the DPW yard. And so for the amount of water that flows through there isn't significant. So what is significant is providing the area, 10 feet wide culvert for the wildlife, and that's exactly why I chose it. As far as a bridge goes, and it's a considerable expense in it's a span of, I want to say 150 feet or so. The road's 24 feet wide, the sidewalk's 4 feet. We have a 3-foot wide retaining wall, and I used that specific for the possibility, instead of using ported place where it could end up being thinner, for kind of a precast block that you could stack and construct quickly and get out of there quickly without any sort of poured concrete issues with regards to the wetlands.
Do you know what the span is on Stonebridge Lane?
I don't.
Anybody?
It's certainly less than 100 feet.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It definitely is, right?
I'd say it's maybe
But it's a whole lot bigger than 10.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Okay. Because if you were on the commission, that was a big issue as to how to get the wildlife through, and that was a sensitive area right off of Woodland Road.
But yeah, I think, that's why we chose the 10. And 10 is a significant space. I mean, it's almost 10 feet, so.
All right, I didn't mean to distract you, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm almost done. So, I guess, from my standpoint, the remaining issues that I want to talk about is that roadway, that span that we fill for the wetlands. You're right, it's just 4,800 square feet, but, the temporary alterations brings it down to 42. I forget, the replication areas that we're providing is just under 7,000 square feet, so we're exceeding the 1-for-1. And the only other item I have is that the stormwater management system that we provide, it meets all the 1 through 10 requirements in the stormwater checklist, from the peak flow and to no untreated discharges. We provide a long-term pollution prevention plan. We provide the operation and maintenance manual. We do the recharge, and we do everything that the stormwater management requirements require us to do. And at that, I would open it up to Scott to discuss the replication area.
Well, he's doing that. If it would please the chairman, I'm happy to submit the letter from the application and the site eligibility.
Oh, I mean, with the change?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that, actually.
Okay, well, just, now you have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a point of clarification at this time? If the chair entertain a question on behalf of an abutter?
Could you address who you are?
Introduce yourself.
With
Yes,
the
you may.
permission.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. My name is John Whitten. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing Mr. Lombardi, who's an abutter on Highland Ave. And I'd like to present to the board when the board opens it to the public. But a question for the engineer. You've stated that the roadway is 24 feet plus a 4-foot sidewalk. Is that correct? That's correct. So the plan showed 24 foot of a layout plus a 4-foot sidewalk? That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
So this is a blow-up of the wetland crossing. We've got that box here. This is the proposed wetland fill. We've got 4,344 square feet of fill, another 510 square feet of temporary disturbance to construct that, which gives you a grand total of 4,854 square feet of direct wetland impact. Because the project is accessing developable upland, we could have claimed the limited project provision. However, we meet the performance standards under the Wetlands Protection Act. We don't need to claim the limited project status. The project's below the 5,000 square feet. We're providing replication as close as we can do it to the impact area. We've provided a detailed replication protocol. Essentially what's proposed is this area here, we'll remove the soil, construct the crossing, stockpile that soil on site. Once we get that crossing in, we'll be able to go access these areas, do the excavation work necessary to build these replication areas here and here. Requires some removal of material, obviously. And then that stockpile material from this impact area will be used as kind of a seed bed and soil mix for these replication areas. If additional soil is needed, we don't expect that, but we can use on-site topsoil mixed with a leaf mold compost. There's a detail in the wetland replication detail in that that describes the whole technique of doing that and the detailed plantings. We showed here we've got 10 red maples planted and 100 shrubs that we're proposing within these replication areas with a mix of vegetation that's found on the site. So that will be overseen by a wetland scientist. And then inspections, as the commissions presumably would require, inspections over the years provide a report to demonstrate the success of that. If there's damaged trees that don't overwinter well, we'll certainly replace those, but we're providing the oversight of those replication areas.
In the plan, I actually saw a lot of response action plans for the construction phase.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see as much for ongoing obligation for, a lot of the drainage facilities. And what I kept reading over and over was that during construction phase. But you do contemplate that there'll be an ongoing obligation to maintain these structures and make sure that the wetlands are protected.
There's an operation maintenance plan in there, and for the catch basins, drain manholes, the hand core structures.
All right, so I've got a lot of tags here that seem to, there are certain places that you're limiting it to construction phase. But as long as that's replicated into the future.
Yep. There'll be that for the replication areas, got ongoing oversight to make sure it's successful, and the stormwater's got an operations and maintenance plan. So that will continue in perpetuity.
Just while you're talking about the wetlands, what was the final about the stream that runs behind the houses here? Remember there was people testifying before?
It's huge flooding. You can have a boat in the backyard.
Yeah, that there was a stream. Was it perennial?
Yeah,
Is it intermittent?
Yeah, we ran stream stats. I thought we had gone through that through the NRAD process. We've ran stream stats and demonstrated that you've got a watershed that's too small for it to be a perennial stream. You need a watershed of at least 1 square mile for that to happen, or 1 square mile and 75% stratified drift, which you don't have either. The other thing is you don't have a well-defined channel through there. I think there is, obviously, from speaking with the abutters, it's a wetland. It periodically floods, but there is no perennial stream.
This is according to DEP, not the Milton bylaw.
DEP was the issuing authority for and then there's really no, under the bylaw and regulations essentially, in most cases, I'll go over the differences, but in most cases, they refer back to definitions in the Wetlands Protection Act. And as we're talking about the bylaw, we understand this is a 40B project, so this meeting here, we're discussing, it's filed under the Wetlands Protection Act. The bylaw section will be administered by the local ZBA, who will issue the permit under the local bylaw. In consideration of that, we also have looked at these standards under the bylaw and regulations. One of the big things in the bylaw is the 25-foot no-touch zone. We've attempted, with the exception of this crossing, We've attempted to stay outside of that. We do have some impacts into that at about 580 square feet. There's a couple impacts which aren't shown on here. If you would accept that, the access road. There's additional impacts, obviously, for the access road. And then under the bylaw regulations, you've got, there's some additional erosion silt prevention requirements. Again, as we've full stormwater compliance, we've got all kinds of erosion control barriers for construction, detailed, construction sequencing. So we're addressing that, even though it's, ZBA will actually ultimately issue that permit. And then the other thing is, catch basins, oil separators. That's been included in the project design. That's also in the local regulations. So we're attempting to, even though it's somewhat outside of the commission's purview here in this forum, we're still trying to comply and meet with the bylaw standards.
Are you filling any of the floodplain?
There is no floodplain out there. There's no bordering land subject to flooding. That said, I think everybody understands that the wetlands, the bordering vegetative wetland itself does flood. We're providing wetland replication at the similar and same elevations. So where this would flood today, upon completion, these replication areas are actually larger in size, so you have additional area where that could flood. Also, where we've got this 10-foot wide box culvert here, we're trying to maintain the hydrology of the area. So there's an unrestricted flow, essentially both ways. So there's no bordering land subject to flooding, but we're addressing those through bordering vegetative wetland mitigation.
Now, was this project before my time on the board? Okay. Did the DEP come in and make a determination as to where the wetlands were?
Yes.
Yes.
Has your partner been seen since then?
No, it's just, and just so everybody's aware, there was one question essentially at the crossing. I think everybody.
I'm new here.
I think everybody agreed elsewhere. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was just a question of right at that crossing. We had a disagreement. DEP came and evaluated it and made a determination.
So it was
You are correct, sir.
just that one spot? DEP
Well,
agreed?
what it did is, we didn't know. We're out in the middle of the wilderness, and it just so happened that it came in at like 5,400 square feet, where we set the line with Scott's partner. And then lo and behold, there was they contested it, they tried to bring it back. We said no, and DEP said yes. And lo and behold, it went from 5,400 to 4,800.
Well, let's,
Who'd have thunk?
let me add a few of these things. That sidewalk, that when you guys changed the flags, I was not present at.
You are correct.
And
Which partner was?
Enough said.
Okay.
And you also, based on that review, and my not being there, we hired a peer review at our expense, and you hired him. And he agreed with our line. And at that point, you continued to change the line, and then that's when we appealed it.
With your partner and Scott's partner.
Right, but Mr.
Both of them were there.
Mr. Rockwood also came in as part of that. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4 wetland scientists review this line, and this is what we have.
You are correct.
So
You are correct.
I'd say it's the most accurate line in Milton.
And for the public's knowledge, we spent a lot of time on this site going over where the wetland line was. And DEP did rule, and they ruled in your favor. I acknowledge that.
I think they ruled in our favor.
I said your favor. Oh,
It's the correct line.
I get you. All right. Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think I was pretty much wrapping it up. I think if the commission's got additional questions, Jim and I, your project team, would be happy to answer.
In terms of the driveway access, non-bridge, what are you calling it? A driveway? I mean, what is the, can you describe the construction of that?
The construction of this?
No, the
Or the-
whole thing. And you just mentioned that the hydrology was gonna work. Are you thinking the hydrology is working that purely through the 10-foot culvert? Or is the assembly made out of stone and allows the
No,
hydrology to
it's a
work?
precast open bottom culvert.
No. Is the entire length of the drive permeable to water, or is it only the culvert that's permeable?
Only the culvert.
So did you look at using precast and piers? Split it into three spans and use precast elements, and then the whole thing could be opened? And it'd probably be quicker to build, and I would be surprised if it wasn't cheaper.
I have not.
Certainly look into that.
Because then you'd build 2 piers in the middle, and then you'd come in with precast planks, and basically drop them into place, and the whole bottom would be pretty much wide open.
We still have to get utilities up there. And there's a dip in the road where we need to capture stormwater.
Yep.
But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's of interest to us, because
Sure.
there's a lot of water, and there's a lot of wildlife.
A lot of water.
A lot of wildlife there, not just bees.
Wasps.
But we're making that joke because one of our other commissioners got bitten by bees about
A lot.
12 times on the last sidewalk.
On this
It
one?
wasn't
Yeah.
pleasant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So-
Must not have been our winter one in the 5 feet of snow.
There's a lot of habitat here. I wanted to address great horned owls, sow-whet owls, and screech owls, all are living on this site. People see them. They're mostly in white pines. So how are you protecting the white pines? Are you making sure they're being preserved in some way?
They don't have to address it.
Yeah, it's a state.
Yeah, yeah.
There will be some,
And these are pretty tall trees. They're probably at least 150 years old.
yeah, there will be some, trees remaining this area here. So it's, obviously we've got to do some development. Development's been clustered, but there will be some,
So you can
some
tell us how many
trees
trees
and
you're
open
taking
space.
down and what caliber?
I couldn't go in and, list every
At some
single
point.
one, but
Okay, but at some point.
So are you asking for a tree survey?
Well, considering the habitat value here, it's significant.
Of a particular size tree? I
Definitely.
mean, it's pretty dense, so I mean,
Yeah.
you couldn't survey every tree.
No, there's a
Is-
lot.
But is it over-
Of a certain size.
Everything over 5 inches or everything?
No, I think what we, significant size tree.
yeah.
Not really. I wouldn't agree.
But at
No,
5
I think
inches,
there's a lot,
yeah.
yeah.
5 inches is too small.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry.
But a tree of, say, 8-inch caliber, and then it would get into the white pines and certainly,
You're the tree person.
well, we all are. But I think we need that, because there've been reports here, particularly nesting sites, and I'm sure the public could speak to that as well.
I mean, given the expanse of that request, I mean, it's significant. I'd like to talk to my client about it, and also, at the same time, can we keep it within the 100-foot buffer? I mean, that's the jurisdiction of the commission.
I think you are correct.
I have other questions beyond the wetlands, or comments?
Right now, you're showing, what is the name of the system? The water retention system that you use?
Oh, it's just the hand
Hand
core.
core?
It's a 30-inch diameter
Chamber?
HDPE pipe.
Right.
But I thought you had chambers.
It functions as a chamber.
Functional chamber. It's a, yeah, it's, I used them, actually, you guys didn't get to see that. That was in the Brush Hill Road job. But basically, it's just a round chamber.
So you collect the water and then you let it drain back into the ground?
They'll be perforated and they'll recharge to what the soils will allow. Then the end of the structure is going to access a catch, not a catch basin, a drain manhole, and it'll be capped, and then you'll have an orifice in that cap, and with a 12-inch pipe leading out of that. So that structure will operate with an orifice control.
So what is the name of the system again?
Hand core, H-A-N-C-O-R.
The detail of the hand core right now shows the outflow is below the inflow, which means that we don't have any retention capacity in it. So if you could look at it and.
The outflow is.
Yeah, as I read the detail, there is no retention capacity in the system. If we elevate the outflow, then you effectively get retention in the system.
Are you talking detention or retention? Because we're doing detention. We're going to detain the flow to buffer the peak.
Right, but retention is, you're basically you're gonna slow it down, you're
Right.
gonna.
But what you have here in the pipe is a large inlet, you have a 12-inch in, and you have a very tiny outlet out.
Oh, I didn't catch that. So you're restricting the flow on the outflow?
Correct.
Okay. The bigger issue for me is that you're building right up to the 25-foot setback, and you've got a 15-foot retaining wall from grade to the parking level. I don't believe that you can build what you've drawn without impacting the wetland, both in terms of the foundation that you're going to have to build in order to support that retaining wall, as well as providing adequate clearance for construction around the perimeter of the building.
You know, as it happens, I've had a lot of experience recently of building retaining walls exceeding that height.
Yeah.
And
with zero clearance?
With zero clearance, in the sense that you excavate down to bearing soil, bring in a stone bed, place the stone level, obviously. When I say the stone, it's a precast, what is it, I forget the name of it.
Ready rock.
Durastrong or something like that, strong.
Dense pack.
But it's a precast block that's, it's fairly massive.
Sure.
And you just stack them like Legos. And with the geotech style fabric.
You're gonna need to provide us, I didn't see a detail on the set
Okay.
for that. So you're
Sure.
gonna need to, because right now, as I look at this right now, I wouldn't say that what you're drawing is buildable.
Yeah, and
Relative.
note the width of the wall, it's 3 feet 8 inches.
Sure.
And that's the spec for the block, but I'll get you the spec for the
Okay.
block.
Part of that is also providing adequate access around the back of the building so that you can build the building. So you've given yourself no access on the whole back side of the building because you're trying to build right up to the setback.
You know, which side of the building we talking?
I'm talking about the whole back side of the building here.
Well, like I say, I think from a standpoint of how this is gonna be built, we're gonna be coming in, and first thing we're gonna be doing is building the replication areas. And in these areas here, we're gonna be, this is gonna give us the room to get around to the building, to build it.
What?
So, I mean, we're working, the erosion control barrier is here. So, here, that's, what are we at, a 40 scale? That's 50 feet. So to me, you have the room to build the building and to get around the building.
So that's not 50 feet.
No,
But even at that, you're.
you're touching. Right there,
Yeah,
and right here.
You've taken it down to zero.
Taking it.
No, right, and like I said, when we were talking about the 25-foot buffer, we're keeping the building out of there for the 25-foot buffer. We'll have to get in here to build the buffer, yeah.
It's like Zero Brook Road, right up against the 25 foot, exactly. No space at all. What?
Which one?
Zero Brook Road.
Zero Brook Road.
Oh, Zero Brook Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
We do too.
Where are you staging all of your equipment? And start with the road, if you would, first.
If you want to have the big drawing up there so everyone can see it.
Well, we have control of the two houses on either side of the roadway. So there'll be staging in those locations. And then as we...
Are you going to knock the houses down?
No.
No.
But you purchased both of those houses to use the property?
This is part of the property.
I mean, yeah, on the other
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they will be using that area.
You're saying yes, Jim?
Temporarily for staging.
Well, you rented it?
Is that a yes or a no? Do you own both houses?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
All right. So where are you, that's a lot of construction equipment, and where are you?
Well, you know, the road itself, you're going to end up with a temporary road first, and probably a temporary hydraulic connection to across this, so there's not a significant amount of damage to the wetlands. So that first step of it, that's with the staging area for the in the front along Randolph Ave. Once we get across, we can create a staging area on the other side and use that to attack the construction of the roadway from both sides and build the walls and fill and build the utilities as you move forward. So the staging areas are going to be twofold. There's going to be a preliminary one in the front,
And then the second.
and then we'll have one in the back. Then as the site is cleared from that point, once we get across in a safe manner and everything's, you know, the replication area is built, we'll go in and take care of the rest of the lot. And
Buildings down there and a building up. The buildings, it's all open underneath, right?
open underneath where?
Oh, parking. It's on stilts. Yeah.
Right.
Do you have drawings of the buildings that you can provide? To help us understand what you're proposing?
There are
Architectural drawings?
We don't have them here.
They were included in the ZBA application, but
Oh, not in our application?
No.
not
Okay.
in your application.
Can we get a set plan?
Absolutely.
stone strong.
What's that?
That's the wall.
Okay, if you could provide a detail, that'd be great. Stone drawing?
Jim, I will confess, I got lost in your stormwater. I really need some assistance in terms, and maybe somebody's a lot smarter than I am.
I agree with you, it's complex. I agree.
And I start from the proposition that I've seen pictures back, and this is what, the third project for this site, at least?
Well, from where are you starting from, Meg Lane?
1993.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen these before.
What got approved, Ashley Place?
What's that?
Ashley Place got approved? I forget. One of them got approved.
I don't know, but they all had problems with this area right here, with tremendous flooding behind these houses. And I'm looking at a whole lot of impervious surface here.
Sure.
And give me the sheet flow, because how are you gonna prevent these houses from getting flooded? And I understand that it's supposed to be in the stormwater, but with all those, I did get lost.
Yeah, no problem. So, each building has an underground detention structure, represented by the yellow block here. They are 30-inch round pipes, so you get a 2.5-foot pipe, you know, significantly long. I'd say that's probably
Beneath the
200 feet.
slab?
Beneath the slab. Everything's below grade. All right, then we have another configuration here, configuration here. So this is all for the roof runoff. This is all for this roof runoff. This captures the runoff for these two catch basins here, and it ties into a drain manhole control structure here. Now, that control structure is what I talked about earlier. It's the end of that HDPE pipe with a cap on the end of it. And you core, so I have, you know, a 15-inch pipe coming in one end, and I have, you know, a 4-inch orifice coming out the other end. And then above that, for larger storm events, I'll have a 6-inch orifice above that. So as the stages fill up, the water flows out in a controlled fashion to mimic what's being flown off the site currently. Okay?
And I did go to the last page, and I got your conclusions that show a slight improvement.
Right.
Over existing conditions. But that's a lot of impervious surface. What's the overall capacity of the retention? We're talking, you know, 20,000 gallons, or?
No, it's much more than that.
Where's the outflow?
The outfall's right here.
How many are there?
Just one.
Okay, so I've got an issue with 100% of the capacity going out of a single outflow.
Okay.
So you're gonna need to provide, you're basically taking 100% of the capacity that's on the site, understanding that you're controlling it, but you're
Right.
still putting it out from one point.
Not only, I mean, just beyond this, the structure here is, that's the ultimate, that's the control structure. It's basically a 10-foot deep, 10 by 10 manhole with a dividing wall that has orifices up that wall at various elevations. So when this fills up, that's what controls the flow out.
Isn't that where your replication area is?
Yes.
So you've got wetlands being created above a 10-foot deep manhole?
Below it.
Below.
This outfall flow is at the base of it and flows
Right.
and feeds the replicated wetland.
I just think you need more outflow.
That's fine. I
You
mean,
need
you know,
options.
and I'm thinking off the top of my head, and just to
Yep.
give you an idea, I mean, what you could do is, what I've done in the past, is bring a header pipe across.
Right.
And, you know, like we did up at Curry College.
Percolate or whatever, yeah.
So there's answers to that.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I just know from past projects, and I do remember seeing, this is probably 20 years ago, seeing pictures of these houses here, and you could have had a boat in here. And that's a lot, you know, to put into the system.
But my job
I know that's your job, but I wonder if, I know I need a consultant to assist me in understanding, that's a lot of water.
Okay. Well,
Going to the vernal pool across the street.
so let me ask you this. We're going to the ZBA.
Yeah.
They're gonna ask for the same thing.
Can we share a consultant? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not looking to drive you across.
No, it just, yeah, and yeah, I'm sure ZBA, and we expected that, to tell you the truth, so, a peer review. This is a large project and it's complex, so, we're prepared to have a peer review on it and revise the drawings, with suggestions that make sense.
Any questions from the commission? Nothing?
We can trace that all the way to the stand.
Right here. Oh, and so here's the control structure. So this is the top of the system, 2 catch basins drain this part of the parking lot, flow into here, and water is detained in here. That flows into this drain manhole. This catch basin is detained in this structure here, and that ties into that same one, and it flows down further. This one is tied in over in here, and it flows down. Basically, ultimately, it all ties together with drain manholes and control structures to this ultimate control structure here, and empties here.
Have you done any percolation tests in the soil?
We have not, and to do that, we would have to cross the wetlands. And we could come up with a methodology that would be acceptable to you to cross the wetlands. Perhaps we could talk to the DPW and have access that direction, if that's allowed, if the town would allow that.
Do all your are you doing oil separation in terms of all of the pavement and all of the cars that we're talking about?
We have deep sump catch basins with the hood and deep sump manholes, which.
So the standard manhole is a deep sump with a hood?
Correct.
Did they change the hood design?
I use,
They
couldn't
put the catch basin. Catch basin. They couldn't put it past the hood that was in the catch basin. So they would just take it off.
Yeah, you talk to different people, everyone has different answers. The DPW guys who clean out the catch basins with the clamshell want the cast iron hoods, because they can't break them.
Well, they can't they can't put the clamshell past the hood.
But at the same time, the clamshells are being phased out, and we're gonna end up having vacuum trucks take care of this.
Just when you say clamshell, just on another, I know it's not your purview, Jim, but directly across the street, there's, on Randolph Ave, on this side, there's wetlands and there's Indian artifacts that are there. The state knows about them.
It's down on the other side of the
Right.
the old dump road.
Right, exactly. But until about 1750, 1780, Highland Street went from here. This was the main road to go from Milton. Randolph wasn't there, of course, so the road was Highland Street coming in this way, and then it went just where you are, and then over Hillside Street. This was all one big property, so this was all used. There was no road through there. In your examination, has anyone looked into Indian artifacts or anything? When you're saying clamshells, that struck me. No? Are we aware of any of that?
I won't mention clamshells again.
It is an issue.
Sorry.
Well,
It's a little bit outside of ours, but not exactly.
Can you give us a diagram as how you came up with 4,700 square feet? Can you I'm just a simple guy, could you color it in?
yeah, it actually, I believe it is in your plan set. It's the gray area.
I'll look at it.
Yeah, it's highlighted on
It's
this.
been, it's solid.
Okay.
So we've got issues on drainage calculations and a possible consultant perk tests, the oil separator, I think is part of your
How do you
system.
want to follow up with the perk test? Because I'd like to get them done sooner than later. Crossing this with a track vehicle acceptable to you guys, where you can throw some plywood down, try to minimize the rutting?
I don't know how else to get in there. You can't come in from Reed Street. You can't, I think it would be tough with the DPW yard. That's I don't know.
We'd have to knock some stuff around to get into, because they have, it's blocked off.
Yeah, but this whole area has
See it
Joe
on that
Pye
one,
Reed
right?
in it. It's
You can kinda see it, Jim, on that one.
vegetated. I'd hate to see
We all,
plywood
on
down there.
the several site walks, we all walk in
Yeah.
in this direction.
beautiful.
Tell you what I'll do. Tell you what I can do. I'll talk to DPW director, is that,
Blue Hills helicopter. Out of the Canton Airport.
I hired an Apache helicopter pilot, yeah, get him to do it. Yeah.
Did you buy the drone yet?
I have not, I heard about it though. We're all out of business. But I'll talk to DPW and figure out how I can use this and not cross the wetlands at this time. If that ends up being a sticking point, I'll give Kathy a call and work
All right.
something out with you
Yeah,
guys.
think about that, because we've run into some very odd situations. We're up on, Parkwood Drive, and we didn't get any perk. It sat there
Well,
for days.
Yeah, no, like I say, you don't necessarily have, it doesn't have to perk. If the soils, you go look at what the stormwater management requirements say. If you have C and D soils, you don't necessarily have to meet the recharge. And because honestly, you can't. And there's no recharge going on there now. I expect the soils to be better than what everyone anticipates. But if they're not, there's an engineering solution to that.
Just scalable. You scale it up.
Yeah.
What about where those, I'll call them detention chambers, They're under the slab. What's on top of them? Is it the building, or are you under the parking lot?
Under the parking lot. And I made sure that I wasn't impaired by any sort of structural column or anything like that. I had the drawings to anticipate that. So it's underneath the slab, which nothing else will be underneath it except for that.
Right, but, and I'm not, reaching for this, but 2 Granite Avenue, those chambers collapsed, and that's not that long ago.
Yeah, well.
It's the same principle, with in the parking lot.
And it'll be a structural slab over it for automobiles. And if
Oh,
you
wait a
put
minute,
it.
automobies, what about the trash trucks coming in, or oil delivery, or whatever?
Well, this is underneath the building. This is strictly for automobiles. I mean, this is a low.
So it's,
Yeah, but you've
Oh,
got them
as
on
far
the
as-
parking lot as well.
Yeah, but as far as the parking lot goes.
that was
it's
the
all
problem
about-
at 2 Granite Avenue.
It's
They brought
how you put it in.
construction trucks in, and
Right.
they ended up in the sinkhole.
Well, in the same time, I mean, and I don't think it's necessary, because it's all about the installation. It's getting the loads dispersed across it with stone structural fill. But that being said, if I have to, I mean, we can put in concrete 30-inch pipe and disjoint it. So, I mean, there's an answer for everything, John.
But we need the answers before you start building. Not like
So-
Curry College.
So, but I think, honestly, the product itself is proven.
Answer for everything.
Yeah, now Bill just reminded me, we had a collapse at Milton Academy as well. It's not that unusual to have these things.
I had a collapse in Abington, and it came down to installation.
Too shallow.
No stone.
Oh, no.
So it wasn't your design, it was how they put it in. I see.
It's
his partner's design.
Yeah, no, listen, you stand by the product, they tell you how to put it in, you put it in the way they do it, you put the fabric will disperse the load. And honestly, a circle, a cylinder, it's structurally sound.
All right, so we've got a bunch of issues. Snow storage, I mentioned before, collapse of the retention chambers, the bridge versus the extended
Piers.
the piers, which would open it up considerably, I think.
We'll take a look at that. I
How
like
many
the idea.
trees are being removed?
All right.
National Heritage.
Sorry?
Second outflow.
That's what it was.
Yes.
National
Part
Heritage.
of,
You're on the list?
what's that?
National Heritage.
National Heritage, right.
We addressed the national heritage.
Oh, you did?
in our ZBA application.
Okay.
Would you like that
Yes.
page too?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, hang on.
I'll just hand you my whole book.
The tablet.
And
Actually,
your
if you have it as a
architectural-
PDF and can send it through, that would be fantastic.
Estimated priority habitats.
You do, because that simplifies distribution, and
Yeah.
we can print what we need. We don't.
Okay, you don't want, okay, so we'll get that to you as
Yeah, if
well.
you send it through as a PDF to Kathy, and we can distribute it that way, that would be fantastic.
All right, any other questions by commissioners? Abutters? Yes, sir, I'm just going left to right. You're on.
My name
Could you
is-
introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Mr. McGrath. I'm recently moved to Milton. I own 675, one of those 2 properties, Mr. Chairman, you signalled as potentially being maybe a lagoon at some point. Moved here from another side of the world to raise a family here in Milton, invested significant money in this property. I do not want to see clearly that jeopardized. I equally speak for Mr. Romero, my good friend and neighbour next door. Apart from the visual impact, etc., whatever, I am concerned. I'm a chemical engineer, work for a property insurance company. I deal with flood losses day in, day out. I'm concerned about the water discharging down to this wetland area. We're allowing a 10-foot culvert to evacuate that water, if I understand. Will there be a grating over that water? And if and when that grating were to block up with tree limbs, foliage, etc., because I do see dead trees from my back window, what will be the impact of that water backing up in that culvert? And also my second question is the sewer, for the toilet, shower, etc., my home, that runs along the back of the properties, is this apartment complex going to also drain into those
That's correct.
sewers? And what would be the backup, in the event of a storm backup or whatever it might be, that could flood into our property? So 2 questions there for you, please, Mr. Chairman.
I can answer well, I guess the first one with regards to the stormwater, the runoff. We're required to drain the property at a rate that's no more detrimental to off-site properties or abutting properties. We have to, we can't just like run this water into this area and hope for the best. We have to control it in a responsible fashion. And I think the system that we've proposed does that. The commission came up with an idea of dispersing it across a long line, and actually, I kind of like it, and we can certainly accomplish that.
Answer me this, please. The culvert.
And as far as the culvert goes, there is no grate. It's meant to be open and allow for wildlife and allow for unrestricted flow for the water to flow down gradient to.
And where to back up? Where to back up? What's the scenario?
I don't anticipate a backup.
Where to back up? What's the scenario? What height of water could be retained by the roadway?
You mean as far as what kind of, how high is this going to get?
Correct. Yes.
No higher than it is today.
No, assuming it's backed up.
Oh, assuming it's backed up?
Yeah, the road is.
Say we dammed it?
Yes.
I couldn't say.
How high are you building the roadway off the?
The road is elevation, I want to say 15. The wetlands, I believe, are at 10. If I'm not mistaken.
5 feet of water could potentially back up in that area.
5 feet of water will not back up into that. But,
Sir,
I mean, if there's, yeah, if Noah's going to visit, sure.
Sir, I mean,
you may have to.
I also want to reiterate what was talked about earlier, which is that there is a long-term maintenance plan that will be a requirement of the ZBA permit that is issued. So unlike the condition that's there today, not only will there be controls, but there will be a maintenance plan with regard to those controls.
That is true.
and the sewage question?
Sewage question, you're at the top of the, there's sewer that comes down flowing through here. It's an 8-inch line. We don't anticipate any sort of backup issues for such a large main and such a small portion of the time that flows in this direction.
So that's been backed up by calculations?
I certainly can provide that.
So which way is the flow?
If it comes, there's sewer easements that come down off of Highland, and then it flows opposite to where, past DPW, and comes out to Randolph Ave. And then it flows back down on the opposite side of Randolph Ave and goes to the pump station. I think that's the way it goes.
Are there
other
questions?
abutters?
A deed restriction underway?
Again, my name is John Witten. I'm here representing Joseph Lombardi, who lives at 294 Highland Avenue. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm an attorney. I've taught in this area for a long time. I've represented a lot of municipalities dealing with comprehensive permits, and I currently am town council for the town of Marion and the town of Stowe, and special counsel for a bunch of municipalities dealing with 40B matters. Mr. Chairman, I suspect that the commission will continue this hearing, so others I know want to speak, and I know the commission members are tired, so I'm going to be very brief. With your permission, I'd like to speak again at the continued hearing. But I just want to raise one macro issue, and that is we've heard a couple times tonight from the applicant or their agents that the local wetlands bylaw doesn't apply. And I'm here to say that's wrong as a matter of law and as a matter of common sense. The local bylaw, the Milton wetland bylaw, applies because that's what the law says. The applicant has chosen not to file under the bylaw. That itself violates the bylaw, because the bylaw is quite clear that anyone who seeks to fill, dredge, or alter a wetland resource, which this is, must file under the wetland bylaw. So just procedurally, the applicant can choose to feign and duck all they want, saying 40B exempts from the local bylaw. It's wrong as a matter of law. It's wrong as a matter of policy. It's simply not true. So as a matter of fact, this application is incomplete, and I would ask respectfully, Mr. Chairman, through you and through the commission members, that the applicant be required to file under the bylaw before this hearing gets continued to a subsequent date. The fact that they're before the ZBA is totally irrelevant. If they wanted to go to the Board of Appeals prior to coming to the Concom and asking for a portion of a waiver from the local bylaw, they could have. They've chosen not to. They've come to you first, and your regulations, adopted by town meeting, approved by the Attorney General, require them to file under the local bylaw. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a macro comment. I have a lot of micro comments, many of which the commission members have already identified, including the inaccuracies of the plan. But I respectfully ask to hold those for a later date so other people can speak.
Bylaw analysis, so wouldn't that require that we weigh the interests under the affordable housing?
No, sir.
Statute and the...
No, Mr. Chairman, absolutely not. In fact, your jurisdiction doesn't mention the word affordable housing once. Your jurisdiction says the Wetlands
No, that's
Protection
what
Act.
I'm saying, but if you look at it from the other way, if you look at the state prioritization of affordable housing, doesn't that, don't we have to enter into a balancing?
No.
Because I understand that local law can sometimes apply, but it has to have a significant interest to be balanced against affordable housing.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is my entire practice. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've litigated a whole bunch of 40B cases. That's not correct. That's what the applicant wants you to believe, and that's what the applicant goes around the Commonwealth telling ZBAs and Board of Commission members to believe. But in fact, you don't do any balancing outside of the Act itself, and you have total discretion under the limited project exception, if this is over 5K, which I think we all think it is, and you also have total discretion under the up to 5K. There's no balancing this commission does. The balancing is at the Board of Appeals level and on appeal to the Housing Appeals Committee. For the commission to introduce a social good like affordable housing would be analogous to the commission introducing any other social good, like more police or fire presence. Your role is very respectfully myopic, and myopic to protect the wetlands interests under the Act and your local bylaw. Any suggestion that you should be balancing affordable housing is wrong as a matter of law, and respectfully, that's not why you are on the Conservation Commission. Others have that charge in Massachusetts. It's a very lateral form of government. Your job is very focused and myopic, and that's why people shouldn't be coming to you and saying the project's too big or there's too many 3 bedrooms or not enough 2 bedrooms, because your job is so myopic. It focuses on the crossing and on stormwater and on the very credible discussion that you've had with the applicant about how do you possibly build foundations that close to a wetland and not impact further wetlands. So I would answer your question, Mr. Chairman, directly, no. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Marilyn Newman, environmental attorney with the team, the applicant's team. I'd just like to respond on the procedural question that Mr. Whitten has raised. The applicant has applied for a local bylaw wetlands permit as a part of the comprehensive permit. That's the process that 40B provides. The information about local bylaw compliance is being provided here for the Commission's consideration and information, but the permit is going to be issued as part of the comprehensive permit. It doesn't mean that the local bylaw doesn't apply. The local bylaw does apply, but it is ultimately under the 40B statutory process. It's ultimately a part of the comprehensive permit review that's administered by the ZBA. So we respectfully disagree that there's no permit application that needs to be filed beyond the order of the notice of intent that's been filed to the Conservation Commission. And all those issues are properly before you. And the information is being provided to you on local bylaw standards so that you can provide your advice to the zoning board on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there isn't one case, HAC case, or appellate case that stands for that proposition.
All right. I don't think we need to debate the issue. Abutters.
John Driscoll, 718 Greenbelt Ave. Mr. Kerner, I appreciate this meeting, and I like how you picked up about the snow and the chemicals. but I wish the town practiced what you preach. Because when they plow the snow in town, they had to push all the snow toward your wetland that you're worried about. Right? And they have a salt pile, which, a sand pile with salt in it right now, no cover on it, running down the road. So I just wish the town would practice what you preach, and I'm not sticking up for this project. I just wish the town would just adhere to what you practice, preach.
All right.
And I don't see it as an emergency access road here. For every other development I work in the town of Milton has an access road for vehicles. So is that gonna come into play future down the road?
Can you answer that, Jim?
Not at this time.
You can't answer it?
I can't answer it right now because we don't have an emergency access right there, but, you know, you never know what can happen.
The assisted living has one right at the corner of Randolph Ave. And they have, right at the corner of Reedsdale Road, they have an emergency access. And that's only a 17-bed building. This is 90 units. So I don't know how they're gonna get it without an access road, a second access road.
That's probably going to be a ZBA issue on public safety.
Yeah, but it's still gonna be going through some wetlands, so it should be probably talked here, right?
Well, certainly if it does go through
We'll
wetlands,
address
that's
it if it comes.
the... Okay.
Is there another deal
I feel better
behind the
already.
scenes in the-
No,
Don't
you
know?
make a valid, you make a
Is there
valid...
another deal behind the scenes in the, when we talked about this 5 months, it was 72 units, now it's 90. And the town planner presented that, and he didn't come to the neighbors about that. That's all I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairman. You're
Sorry.
doing a great job, thank you.
Do you agree that the number of bedrooms are shrinking?
You increased the units, you went from, you got rid of a
72
lot
to
of
90.
three-bedroom units.
But there are fewer. There are
Right,
fewer of the
but
three
they're gonna
bedrooms.
impact our neighborhood, but they're not gonna impact the town as much.
I know what you're saying, because...
Yeah,
More
yeah,
traffic,
yeah.
less.
No,
Yeah.
schools.
Children,
Yeah.
yeah, schools.
So you're gonna sell one neighborhood to help the whole town. Just so everybody knows that on TV. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Yes, sir.
I'm Ken Zhang. I live at 681 Randolph Ave. About the units increasing from 72 to 90, that would significantly increase the number of cars coming in and out of that driveway.
Because they're smaller.
It's already treacherous as
Yeah,
a
it's
parent of young
impossible
kids.
for my wife to cross the street in the morning.
Is there a traffic light being proposed?
There's a traffic report prepared and submitted to the ZBA. That traffic report will be discussed on December 2nd.
Okay, all right, that's a good point. It's probably a good public safety point to make, because that's a lot of cars. There are 156 parking spaces?
There, just to, again, this matter will be taken up at the ZBA. There has been a traffic study submitted to the ZBA, and the reality is that we no longer have 33 three-bedroom units. We have 9 three-bedroom units. The remaining units are 1 and 2 bedroom units. Therefore, the people occupying those units, there are less people occupying those units. So I don't believe there has been a significant change in the number of cars or parking spaces, but it is something that will be addressed and peer reviewed at the ZBA.
All right, thank you.
And also regarding the crossing, is there any mitigation plans regarding spillage or any leakage from?
Well, at the very beginning, I made a comment about what I thought was a pretty effective plan, but limited to during construction, and I acknowledge there are 2 plans in here. But, the erosion sedimentation control plan is all construction, and it's actually
Yes.
pretty thorough.
Yeah.
It's always pretty good, but every paragraph says during construction. And then I go back to the operations and maintenance plan, and it's about, 1/4 of the detail. It's pretty brief. And you've got a roadway going through the wetlands, that's a legitimate point, that, when somebody goes out and tosses something out the window, what do you do with that? And who's
That's
responsibility?
littering.
Littering, we'll call the police.
If I may, the property will be professionally managed, and they will have leases in place, and they will have standard credit checks and background checks of the people that are going to be living there. It is, again, going to be a property that is going to have an operations and management plan and a professional management company that is going to be operating the property and enforcing that plan that is in place, and that ultimately Bill will be responsible if someone does something inappropriate.
All right,
It will have more controls than most single-family homes that are abutting the property, and quite frankly, you know, more oversight because it will be professionally managed and there will be investors and so on and so forth.
I appreciate what you said. We hear quite often applicants say, oh, we're gonna do the right thing. Then they give it to a contractor, and the contractors destroy our conditions. And it happens all the time. And we go back to the applicant and say, hey, we didn't do it. And the contractor said, hey, we're not the applicant. So we have to be able to reach through and
You wanna
make sure
answer
that
that question?
the ongoing entity has that responsibility.
I'm the developer, but I'm also the contractor, and I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be running this at the end of the day. So I'm the responsible party, and so there won't be any passing of the buck.
All right, and I actually think it's a pretty good plan for during the construction phase, but I was disappointed that it didn't have that detail on the ongoing.
On the operation.
I'll be honest with you, John, once the construction is done, you know, the short-term effects of this construction of crossing the wetlands is significant, so it takes a decent amount of detail to cover what needs to be done. Once this is set and constructed, the structures themselves are designed for ease of maintenance, and it's set on a schedule, you know, be it quarterly or biannual, and you're going to send somebody in there with a vac truck and inspect it. They're going to write up a report and hand it to you. So from my perspective, it is brief, because it's, as far as the stormwater controls go, you have three components. There's a lot of them, and it, you know, might take, you know, most of the day to take care of that, but there's no surface detention basin that requires, you know, any sort of, you know, vegetation management. It's pretty much just hard structure and inspection. So I can certainly take a look at it and see if there's additional detail that needs to be done, and I can do that for you.
Okay. And part of my concern is that if you're talking about a 10-foot culvert, that could get blocked, as you know, Mr. McGrath, I think, said that?
That's my professional experience in the course of a 40-year life of building.
I can put that in the report.
Okay.
And we'll look into the piers as well.
Yeah, look into doing a precast, and the whole thing will be open.
All right, other abutters or members of the public? Yes, sir.
I'm getting old.
No, yeah.
And getting older waiting here. But I can't let it go when my intelligence is down upon. This lady to say, I have a couple of questions for you, but I have to put this in. For her to say to you, there's going to be less cars because we cut down on the 3 bedrooms and increased the number of units. The 3 bedrooms probably had children in it who don't drive, but I can assure you the children aren't renting the new number of units that they're putting in. So there will be more cars, and for you to say that there will be less cars is an insult to my intelligence. But my question that I have, number one, has the town done their own survey with regard to the wetlands? Or do they just believe what they say?
No, we were out there.
No, I know you
3
walked
very
there,
lengthy times, and we had our own consultant. You know, Jim was correct. They paid for our consultant.
Okay, so the town did confirm what the wetlands that they're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
that consultant did. We actually disagreed with our own consultant and moved the wetlands. Unknowingly, we made it more than 5,000 square feet, which changes the performance standard. They appealed it to DEP, and DEP moved it back to their lines. And we're subject to being overruled by DEP. And by happenstance, it dropped under the 5,000 square foot performance standard. So it made it easier for the project to go forward.
Okay, and one of my other questions is, I'm not very good with square feet, but I'm trying to picture how large an area this is. Is this the land that Senator Joyce put together for the mall that you bought from them? This is that land?
Yes.
I know how big that land, that area was, but is that the land that you bought?
It's a portion of it.
You- huh?
Portion of it.
It's a portion of it.
Portion of it?
Yeah.
So there's still some land up there that he had that you don't own?
I'm not too familiar with that particular property, but I think the DPW yard was included in that as well.
No, he didn't purchase that, no.
Right, right, but it was
No,
part of the
you're talking about a
development.
swap.
They were gonna plan to do a swap.
No,
and
they're
that
gonna
never-
swap across the street.
Right.
But this land is stationed, this land was put together from a few owners, right here. So I was wondering, if you own that whole land, I know how big that land is, but I don't, square feet doesn't help me much. So if I knew
He said
whether
originally.
Mr. Holland and Mr. Walsh bought everything he owned on that, not owned, but represented on that side of the street, well, then I'd know how big it was.
Yeah, it's, you know, all of the land, including 7-Eleven, and the reason they bought 7-Eleven is because I told them it would be advantageous to them because the wetland crossing would be less. So they ended up buying the house next door to minimize the wetlands impacts. And so this is added in, but all the parcels total, I want to say 8.14 acres. And then when you take this house out, it ends up being 7.81.
My question to you, Mr. Chairman, I don't know this answer. The conservation, do they deal with wild animals too, or is it just
Yes.
water?
Yes.
Okay, well, then I have a question. And in this area, a number of deer reside, believe it or not, and a number of turkeys and a number of foxes, etc. But right now, there's a den of coyotes, 8 coyotes with babies living on your property. And they're an endangered species. So I was wondering what you were gonna do with them, and I'm wondering what you were gonna do with the rattlesnakes that are down in there. I have a feeling they're gonna be leaving your area and coming to other properties. And if that's so, we'd have to hire somebody and bring them to your house. I was wondering what plan you have for all that. That's pretty dangerous stuff we're talking about here.
Have you seen it?
That wasn't mentioned to the commission tonight.
I think we
But
did
you
touch
have an
upon.
endangered species on your land. I'm wondering, have you considered it?
We've reviewed the natural heritage endangered species maps, and there's no estimated or priority habitat on the property.
Okay, then meet me and we'll go look at the den.
All right, now that, he is, Scott's correct though, that because, you know, that's what I look for too, because I know there's a lot of wildlife there. And the endangered species map is further up Randolph Avenue. It's up where the.
This is a new den.
A new one, okay.
Well, unless there are rattlesnakes there that we don't know about.
Oh, sure.
If you can document that there are rattlesnakes.
Well, we
There are in the Blue Hills.
take pictures, I don't know.
Yes, indeed, take pictures, you know, something.
Because they definitely do live there.
I don't think coyotes are endangered
They're not.
species.
They're not endangered.
Huh? Yeah.
Unfortunately, they are.
Oh.
Coyotes?
Well, my house they are. Yes, ma'am.
So the difference in elevation between the back of the property and Randolph Avenue, what is going to prevent that land from eroding? I mean, it's a big drop off. And you've got all this water, and you've got all this construction, these underground garages. I mean, how do we know that the land in the back isn't going to erode?
Well, you talking off locus?
Talking what?
You talking the land up in here?
In the back of, I
Oh, yeah.
the back of the property.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can I interrupt for a minute? And this is my fault, but the last couple of speakers have not identified
Oh,
themselves.
I'm sorry, Ellen Shea.
Thank you very much,
on
Mrs. Shea.
Madison Street.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
So, how do we know that the land in the back, what I call the back of the property?
We're gonna leave as much existing vegetation on the property as we can to stabilize the lot. That being said, whatever we do clear and whatever we do landscape, we have to make sure that it's stabilized
and, well, for lack of a better term, is stable.
What are the setbacks be between the properties? Is it 25 feet? There's a parking lot there that looks like it's awfully close to,
This right here?
yeah.
That's, I'd say it's over 50 feet.
What about these underground garages? Are they under the parking lots? Under the buildings?
Under the building.
Under the buildings? Not all of them. No, some of them.
There are 83 spaces under the building and 73 spaces on the
So
surface.
they're underneath the parking spaces. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I hope that the town,
I'm sorry, Doctor, could you put your, could you identify yourself for the record?
Richard J.
Thank you.
Town meeting member, precinct 9.
All right.
I would hope that the town will start looking out for the DPW, because that is one heck of a hill. From the top part down towards the DPW, that's a good-sized hill. And that land, when you start digging there, that's going to affect the DPW yard, no question about it. And here we are talking about putting a fire station in there. I think the town, and hopefully, Mr. Chairman, that you will bring it to the town's attention that they have to start, if they're going to start digging there, they better look out for the town property.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you had a comment.
Ann Borlotti, and I've been on Randolph Avenue for 57 years. I'm not sure who else can say that. Okay. I know the owners of the 5 houses. I know who built them. I've been in each one of them. And I've been there, as I said, for 57 years. I'm worried primarily, first of all, the 150 parking spaces and the 150 cars that probably will occupy them coming onto Randolph Avenue. I'm having trouble getting my own driveway, which is across the street from Bingle's house, which is the driveway there. Okay. Secondly, when they flush those toilets in the 90 apartments, how's that going to affect Randolph Avenue? The house, it took me 50 years before they took and they resurfaced the bloody street, you know.
It did.
And and it's dying now already. And I'm thinking about myself, why do they want that? I used to pick watercress in the back of 687 Randolph Avenue. And you bought Pettinati's house probably. Yeah, right up next to the town, yeah. As I said, I'm so familiar with every one of those branches, and I know what they had to do. And I know the Brown's house, which was 680, probably 683 or something like that. She had to put, I don't know how many bales of peat moss, she said, in order to absorb all the water that was there. I used to take and swim in a swimming pool that was in the backyard of 687 Randolph Avenue. So when they're talking about putting something like that up, believe me, I'm not for it at all. I'm not for the traffic, or the fact that they've disrupted all the water supplies and stuff like that. I think it's just disgusting. That's just my opinion.
Well, you're entitled to it. Thank you very much,
I
ma'am.
was just gonna- 57
I
years
would
of
just
taxes.
make note of the fact that watercress requires flowing water. So
That's
if
right.
this water is just sitting there, you have to have flowing water
That's
for
what I thought
watercress.
too.
You cannot have water just sitting. It has to be flowing.
Scott, it's not, there's nothing on the USGS, right? I mean, I look for that. Okay.
No, that's the first thing we look at, is to see if there's something shown. There's nothing. And that's when we go and look at the watershed and run the stream stats analysis. And it's, I'd have to go back in the file, but it's, I think we went through this at the last, during the NRAD process. But it's a very, very small watershed.
All right, thank you.
Just wish we could resolve the issue of, does the town wetland bylaw apply to a 40B project? Some people say yes, other people say no.
No, perhaps we did address that question, but perhaps we could submit something to the commission in writing on that.
Well, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I would assume, Mr. Chairman, that you'll accept other opinions.
Oh, of course.
Oh, certainly.
We invite them.
I'll say-
We don't want to shut anybody off and anybody else.
More to go.
Can we get back, she also asked a question about water flow, and I believe again that a test has been done and that will be addressed
This,
and
you know, but-
peer reviewed at ZBA.
Well,
talked to Scott about that, but I mean, we've walked that site several times, and there really isn't any sort of channelization or for that matter, stream flow in this large wetland area. I mean, maybe back when maybe the wetlands changed over 50 years.
What type of steel wrinkle?
As of right now, it's a BBW, as defined by DEP.
Sorry, understood. Yes, sir.
I'm headed to
Gene Irwin, town meeting member, precinct 9. I think it's maybe a waste of our time going back to Mr. Driscoll's point. If there's no emergency access, maybe the whole project is moot. And I'm looking in from Randolph Ave, it looks like everything there is wet between Randolph and those buildings. And I think it's, I think the application's incomplete not to have that fact there.
Somebody at town meeting, I think, addressed that issue. Do you remember?
Emergency access road in there?
No.
Yeah, there was a lady that lives up on, back to the old St. Elizabeth's rectory.
Oh, yeah.
What's the road?
Clifton.
No, it's off that.
Wildwood.
Wildwood. There was a woman at town meeting that stood up and said that somebody was trying to buy her house.
Right. But that was like 10 years ago.
No, it was this month at town meeting.
She's from Clifton.
Yeah.
Is she in Clifton?
Yeah.
Clifton.
That was the mall.
She backs up to
That's-
that
she's very
property.
close. She's in the
Pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they were doing the mall, they wanted to buy her property. I
Right.
know they recently asked her. But even still, I mean.
We didn't.
I don't
All
know.
right, good point. Anybody else? Because we're coming up on the midnight hour, and my understanding is we don't want to change dates because we violate the open meeting law. But yes, ma'am, you had a
One
question.
question, Francis Boyle, Clifton Road, 369, town number, whatever, not changed yet. The, one question, does the roadway act as a sluiceway?
There's no roadway there yet. Is that,
The proposed. All right, so does the proposed roadway to access the building act as a sluiceway for additional water to come in and shed?
No.
why not?
Depends on the pit.
Because we have the grades here. I assume you're talking about from Randolph Ave?
No, to get to the wetland for the people who spoke, who own the house.
There are catch basins down here. The road starts at Randolph Ave, dips down, and then goes up to the site, pretty much follows the contours of the property. There are catch basins down at the base in the back of the backyards of 693 and 711, for lack of a better term, but right in this location here, and capture the stormwater.
So there'd be additional stormwater entering the wetland?
Correct.
Than today, but coming from Randolph? So you're gonna increase the flow into it?
No, we're not increasing the flow into it. The stormwater is taken into account for the calculations.
All right. Anything else, folks? All right, do we have the assent of the applicant to continue this? Mr. Howard?
December
Thank you.
9th,
So,
next
do
meeting.
you want, I know you're meeting with the ZBA on the 2nd of December. Do you want
That's correct.
us to put you back on the 9th at our meeting?
9? Yep.
Great. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all for your attention and patience.
Thanks, John. Good seeing you.
These days here. And Chris,
Additional business?
No, we do have another line. Yes.
how are you? Hope I'm not getting you in trouble.
The what?
Conservation, yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that you like my ideas. Thank you very much. I think it'll be cheaper.
Well, that's.
Come in with some precast planks, you build your piers, drop them on, freestanding. The water's the one you gotta fix.
Oh, I have no idea, I'm in bed by 9, thank God.
Is that the one?
No, we have to get it, you have to bury it, so you gotta put it below.
Then you, yeah, so it's, then you vote.
You, that's you, I just looked at it one point.
No, it's good. Share alike, right?
Okay, let's see if we can do this by midnight. Let's see if we can burden 88 Milton Street with a conservation easement.
Ron was here.
We got 10 minutes.
John, no, I didn't see that.
He was here.
I'm with you.
What's that?
Maybe.
What's that?
Don, who was here?
Did Ingrid go?
All right, we're back in session.
Oh, Ingrid might have left. Oh, she left his stuff.
We're still in session.
One vote we have to take.
Sorry.
We're just excited to go home.
Don't anyone leave before they sign all the,
Was it John?
I would doubt that she,
pardon?
Was it John?
Okay.
you don't see it, no. I'll bring this
Oh, you
stuff
don't
home.
see him.
Next on the agenda, we've got enforcement order 88.
You didn't see John Tabor here earlier,
Just
did
to
you?
get everybody up to speed, this is
Arthur
something
probably
we've
did.
discussed before. We voted in favor of this resolution.
I thought it was done.
Well, no, what was held up was that there's a refinance in the house for a construction mortgage.
Yep.
And the bank said, wait a minute, if you give an easement or a restriction, it's going to change the value of your land. Therefore, we have to go out and take a look at it and make sure that it doesn't devalue your property. They did that. They finally agreed to go ahead with the construction loan. And then they said, however, we have to work on the language of the easement. So what we've got here is, and rather than calling it a conservation easement, they called it a conservation restriction. And then it went from the bank to... Did you already turn that? Yeah, I think you already turned it.
It's been a long night.
Yeah. Whoa. Record. Okay.
Got 8 minutes
All
to
right.
go, guys.
I know. So the bank then sent it to
Andrew, stand.
Bill Clark and John Flynn, and they have been dealing with selectmen. And if we approve this tonight, it's going to be approved contingent upon the approval by the selectmen tomorrow night. And they will approve it contingent upon our approval. So we're sort of cross approvals. Is that correct, Bill? in your-
Correct.
Okay. So everybody's had a chance to look at it, maybe?
Yeah.
I hope. And the purposes, I had talked to Bill before about the purposes, so that's fine. Were there any changes, any other changes?
No.
Okay.
You said the plan changed a little.
There's,
The drip line on the tree.
what it says
I thought
is
you said
proposed
today that-
easement area. It's going to be proposed, it's going to say conservation restriction area.
Right.
So we need
So
to
it takes
revise.
out, right, it takes out proposed easement and puts in conservation restriction.
Oh, I see, that plan change,
Yeah.
okay, I get you. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the other change they already made, and that's
Well,
to
no,
put
you
the
said to
old-
me this afternoon on the
It-
phone, it was contingent on that and the new revised plans that shows that
It
it's a
says it here,
restriction.
within the area that is the conservation restriction, and it's in the title
Okay,
of the plan itself that'll say conservation restriction.
okay. Yeah, that's fine, because we had actually adopted that plan before,
Okay.
a couple
Right.
months ago.
But it was called proposed easement plan.
Correct.
Right,
So now it's conservation restriction.
Got
And
it.
it's more definitive.
so we can vote to approve the new plan, the conservation restriction to the town of Milton. And then, once this is filed, he'll give us a check.
He'll give you a
No,
check.
give me a check first, then I file it.
Yeah, right, you are correct.
Spoken like a real wife.
Right. Wait till the check clears.
You're going to file.
Typical woman. Give me the check.
And you're going to vacate the enforcement order at the registry.
That would be done contemporaneously with reporting.
So moved.
I'll second.
I vote to burden the 88 Milton Street with a conservation restriction.
refer to, how about do we benefit them?
Oh, help it benefiting them.
Yeah.
So there's a motion, been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
All right.
Done.
Okay.
Good.
I will leave it for the selectmen to sign. After the selectmen
Well, you know,
sign,
but,
I will give it back to
our
Kathy.
our names are on here too.
Right.
I understand that. I'm going to have the selectmen sign it
Yeah.
tomorrow night. I'll give the whole thing back to Kathy with the selectmen signatures, and Kathy can take and get yours, because you have some, there's a page in here for you to go.
It's all of them, it's all of them. So
Well,
if
can't we
they
just sign
sign
it
it
right now?
tonight, I can notarize
I
it
don't know.
after the selectmen come
Okay.
on the notary.
We want it to come back to us.
Okay.
Oh, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
We'll do it
Okay.
then.
Do you need extra copies then?
Oh,
Are
can
we
they all
talking about
sign
this?
one and I can make
This is in the
copies?
thing?
Oh, that's,
No, that's
But
something.
should they sign?
I thought it was really
and
cool.
give it to you,
That
the
sounded good.
selectmen?
Doesn't work.
And notarize
Yeah.
it.
it's
Runs
his,
by
it's
his
his,
house.
yeah.
Oh, private property?
Do that.
No,
Having
it goes on town property, but it's
You know what,
already
we should
received
sign
by an
to sign
easement,
the-
Oh, it is?
conservation
Tonight,
easement
he'll give it to the
that
selectmen,
already
then
went
I'll
to the
notarize your
Secretary of
signatures
the
after the
Interior
selectmen
in
sign tomorrow
Washington
night.
to be accepted.
That's okay, as
It
long
was
as it
rejected?
it gets back
Huh?
to you.
And it was
Okay.
I
rejected?
just want to,
Accepted.
I want you
Oh,
to
what's
have it,
wrong?
right?
Huh?
Okay.
They
So
can't
you
do it.
exchange the check with,
They want,
Right.
they want off the,
Right.
nobody else?
there's two lots, 18 and 17.
No, sign.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because she's gonna get it, she won't notarize it until
Afterwards.
After
Right.
it comes back from the selectmen.
Michael, two lots,
Yeah.
lot 18 and lot 17.
Yeah,
Okay, Joe Delaney gave the town an easement.
yeah.
On lot 18 and 17, which said they will not charge anything on those two lots. My hands are tied.
That's too bad.
We're still on camera, so we adjourn?
Well, that's his opinion.
Yes.
Right, we got 4 minutes, I haven't signed that.
Well, he can sign quicker than that.
Anything else, any other business?
You need a pen?
Oh, we are?
Okay.
Yes?
We're still on video.
You don't think anybody stayed up late enough to watch this, do you?
Isn't it recorded? You can play it tomorrow night for dinner.
I'll give you your pen back.
Thank
All
you.
right. Any other business? Hearing none?
I was disappointed we didn't put an LLS.
Okay, and then you're gonna give this
Henry.
back to me. I don't know.
Oh, we can, but.
I think we will.
We will, yeah.
I think we're going to, but I don't think it.
I don't believe a word he's saying.
How do we shut the television off?
Have you,
Adjourn?
Adjourn?
you're
Motion to
adjourned?
adjourn?
So moved?
Second? All in favor? We're
Aye.
adjourned.
Good.